of accounts with administrative ministries would facilitate timely receipt of information on the progress of expenditure. This flow of information will greatly facilitate the taking of correct decisions and the adoption of remedial measures wherever called for. Today bears testimony to the fact that the service has delivered on these aspects and more, and it is a matter of great honor for us that this occasion is being graced by our distinguished guests on the dais. I request Ms. Sakshi Mishra, ICS OT of the 2023 batch, to please formally welcome our Chief Guest, Finance Secretary and Secretary Expenditure, Dr. T.V. Somanathan. I now request Shri Rashik MP, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please welcome the Controller General of Accounts, Shri S.S. Dubey. We now welcome Principal CCA, CBIC, Shri Sanjeev Srivastav, and I request Shri Karan More, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please welcome sir. Let us now welcome AS-SPURS, Srimati Paroma Sen. I request Shri Shashwat of the 23 batch to please formally welcome ma'am. Let us now welcome ASPF State, Dr. S.S. Yadav. I request Shri Aman Ranjan, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please felicitate sir. Thank you all for being here. We now begin the inaugural session with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I request the guests on the dais to please do the honors. Thank you. I now request the Controller General of Accounts to please deliver the welcome address.
Namaskar, good morning. Respected Finance Secretary and Secretary Expenditure, Dr. T.V. Somanathan, Secretaries to Government of India present here, Shri Sajjan Singh Yadav, Additional Secretary DOE, Ms. Paroma Sen, AS DOE, my colleague Sanjeev Srivastav, Principal CCA CBIC, present on the dais, senior officials of Government of India present today, officials from RBI and CNAG, additional CGAs, financial advisors, former CGAs, retired ICS officers, friends from the banking sector and media, all officers and staff of Indian Civil Accounts Organization, and all other distinguished guests and invitees. On behalf of Indian Civil Accounts Organization, I extend a very warm welcome to you all on 48th Civil Accounts Day. I also welcome respected Finance Secretary for gracing this occasion as our esteemed chief guest who has been a mentor, guide, and guardian for the service. Under the inspiring leadership in the ministry of our Honorable Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, and the valuable guidance and support provided by respected Finance Secretary, Dr. T.V. Somanathan, Indian Civil Accounts Service and the Civil Accounts Organization has successfully delivered on many fronts and reached important milestones. There's a shlok in Sanskrit which says, Mahajano yena gataha sa pantha, which means if we follow our inspiring leaders, it is we who get enlightened. Today, while we celebrate 48th Civil Accounts Day, it's an occasion to reflect on our legacy and evolution, how we have met the various challenges and rose to deliver on a mandate, but also to introspect as to what we could have done better
and also evolve the way forward. Since '76, when the Indian Civil Accounts Service came into being, ICAS has never lagged behind in constantly trying to usher in reforms to always raise the bar while performing our core functions. Our service has successfully administered how to leverage the technology with a public financial management system being one of the finest examples. As a professional accounting organization, our vision is to strengthen governance through excellence in public financial management, and we are driven by the mission to administer an effective, credible, and responsive system of payment, budget control, and accounting. It's only in difficult and challenging times that the true strength of any organization and reliability of the systems is tested. Leveraging the technology and creating a widespread IT interface became a huge advantage during COVID times when our POs and staff sitting at home were digitally able to process the bills and release the payments when the government offices were closed. Between April 20 to December 20, during the worst period of pandemic, payment of more than 12 lakh crores were made, which included 2 lakh crores payments made under various DBT schemes. Our essential services personnel worked around the clock to ensure seamless and timely payments. As the saying goes, it's not the challenges we face that define us, but how do we rise to meet them? And it is this what in Civil Accounts Organization we all successfully demonstrated during the difficult COVID times. Since the last Civil Accounts Day, some important initiatives undertaken in this financial year deserve special mention. The revised receipt and payment rules were notified, which provided legal framework for initiatives like paperless e-bill system. The revision of object heads helped more granular capturing of the financial data relating to revenue and capital expenditure. Last but not the least, sir, you'll be happy to note that the Civil Accounts Manual, which consists of codal provisions for functioning, has now been comprehensively revised and updated after 17 years of its previous version. I'm also happy to share that under new pension scheme, process of generation of PRAN under new pension scheme is completely digitalized and rolled out in all ministries, along with auto-uploading of subscribers' contribution as a pilot for the benefit of all NPS subscribers. Enthused by the successful implementation of Department of Expenditure's cash management through PFMS, we wish to contribute further by setting up of a cash management cell in CG headquarters after seeking due approval for active cash management. As far as meeting global standards are concerned, we have worked towards India fulfilling the G20 data gap initiative requirement for the central government to ensure compliance to SDDS, which has helped in ensuring international credibility of financial reporting and move India from red to amber. We will now strive further, along with other stakeholders like states and CNAG, to achieve the position of green status. The bill payment efficiency was also taken up as a top priority during the year. Dashboards and reports were developed for closer monitoring. On an average, sir, around 5 lakh bills are received every month, and as high as 97% of bills received in the POs are now being processed within the stipulated duration of 5 days. Let me assure you, sir, that this would be sustained and closely watched at every time of the year. The e-bill system has also been implemented in about 450 POs out of 520, and the remaining ones to be covered by the end of this financial year. While dealing with digital payments in collaboration with CDAC, we are venturing in the areas of data analytics to reap the immense potential of the rich database of PFMS. Our POs and civil ministries receive, as you all know, large number of bills in the month of March. Through better database management last year, we successfully managed the peak load in March 23, leading to smooth closure of the financial year. I would like to assure the Finance Secretary that this year too, PFMS has taken all the necessary steps, and we are now much better prepared to handle the peak load in the month of March. I take this opportunity to express our deep felt gratitude to Finance Secretary for ensuring that the role of CCAs has been clearly brought about regarding handling of budget work in the FA's charter. CCAs are now playing an important role in implementation of PFMS as nodal officers and ensuring its smooth and efficient running in respective ministries. Sir, we in our service are immensely grateful and privileged to receive your support and guidance, which is so critical for our functioning and which inspires us to deliver more and more. As we all know, the public financial management system, designed, developed, and implemented by the Office of Controller General of Accounts under the supervision and guidance of Department of Expenditure, has not only enabled end-to-end digital payments, collection of receipts, accounting, financial reporting, but has also provided a robust IT platform for more effective cash management in the GUI through just-in-time releases of funds and real-time monitoring and tracking of funds to the last mile of implementation and its credit into the beneficiary's account. 2014 was indeed a landmark year for Indian Civil Accounts Organization. In 2014, the government took a landmark decision for integration of PFMS with various standalone systems of receipts, payment, and accounting. Further, another important decision was also taken for mandatory use of PFMS for payment under direct benefit transfer. The spread and exponential growth of PFMS in the 10 years since 2014 has been phenomenal. Further, DBT, which is being operated through the web-based platform of PFMS, has ensured that the intended benefits reach the intended beneficiaries in more than 1,000 DBT schemes. Through the features of validation of bank accounts of beneficiaries and Aadhaar-based authentication by PFMS, the ghost beneficiaries are eliminated now, which has led to substantial savings for the government. The agility of PFMS needs special mention. On the one hand, it has developed integration with banking system, including with eKuber of RBI, and on the other hand, it is integrated to systems of departments and state governments as well. The recent successful rollout of the pilot of SNA-SPUR through the tripartite network of PFMS, eKuber, and State FMS has further demonstrated the reliability and the robustness of PFMS in our quest towards efficient cash management. On this important day, we are also launching a revamped PFMS website, which is user-friendly, intuitive, and caters to various requirements of stakeholders. Our training Institute of Government Accounting and Finance, responsible for providing training and capacity building to Indian Civil Account Service and officials of Central Civil Account Service, has been providing training to more than 10,000 government officials across the country and also conducts international programs under ITEC. It's a matter of immense pride that INGAF has been recognized as Ati Uttam Central Training Institute in the assessment of capacity building mission. Under Mission Karmayogi, INGAF has taken a lead by way of developing 5 e-learning training courses on iGoat platform and is working on developing 5 more in the next financial year. Our organization is also performing a very important role of authorization of pension for payments, accounting, and maintaining the database to the Central Pension Accounting Office, servicing more than 12 lakh pensioners and family pensioners. It has recently developed the Dirghayu Pensioners mobile app, which empowers pensioners with their pension-related information. On this auspicious day of 48th Civil Accounts Day, I compliment all my service colleagues for their relentless support to the organization in carrying out all the reforms successfully. You all are soldiers on the ground and face of the service who have taken ICO to new heights with your hard work and high level of professional excellence. Today, it gives me immense pleasure to announce that a compendium of articles titled Kaleidoscope is being released. This journal has articles from serving and retired officers emanating from their valuable experiences in public finance with fresh ideas for bringing about systematic improvements and transformative reforms. I'm sure the compendium will be found very enriching and useful by the readers. To conclude, we in Indian Civil Account Organization, by performing the exchequer control function, are the custodians of public money. Hence, it is incumbent on all of us that we all maintain the highest standards of probity and professional integrity in our work. We all need to ensure that all our actions and decisions taken can stand the test of highest scrutiny by ensuring objectivity and rules-based working. Sir, on behalf of our entire Civil Accounts Organization of more than 10,000 officers and staff spread all over the country, I would like to assure you that as we have delivered in the past, I would like to assure you that we will be working you tirelessly with highest level of commitment and professional excellence to meet your expectations and fulfill the priorities set by the government. In the end, I would like to end by quoting inspiring lines in Hindi to express my immense confidence and strong belief in the competence and capability of all the officers of ICAS and the entire organization to take our esteemed service forward to reach its deserving and destined heights. देख रही है दुनिया तुम में उजारे विश्वास को, एक एक दिन दिव्य बनाकर तोहफा दो इतिहास को, नई रोशनी की तस्वीरें लिख डालो आकाश में, उठो बांध लो सारा सूरज अपने बाहुपाश में, उठो बांध लो सारा सूरज अपने बाहुपाश में. Thank you so much. जय हिंद.
Thank you, sir. Today is surely a day when we reflect over our journey so far and revel in our achievements while appreciating the challenges that we faced along the way. There is no doubt that our service has constantly risen to the occasion and delivered time and again in the face of challenges and constraints, and has been at the forefront of IT-led initiatives to further good governance. And what better than a short film that encapsulates the glorious journey of the service? May we please have the film played now?
Without proper fund management, no growth in development is possible. India's growth story is built on the dreams and aspirations of its people. Indian Civil Accounts Organization, ICAO, has been a key player in the evolution of India's public financial landscape from handwritten ledgers to a digital system. From payment to accounting, it has evolved to the highest level of professional standards, both in accuracy, timelines and reliability. This has elevated India's standing from red to amber in the IMF Data Gaps Initiative in the lead-up to the recent G20 summit held in India. CGA, as head of ICAO, prepares statements of financial position along with analysis of receipts, expenditure, deficit, debt and financial liabilities to the Parliament through 570 offices and over 10,000 officials spread across the country. Now, the entire payment system is digitalized with payments directly credited to the accounts of the agencies, stakeholders and beneficiaries.
The Indian Civil Account Service came into being in 1976 by a historical reform in public financial administration. Since the service itself was born out of a major reform, carrying forward this spirit, ICAS has never lagged behind by constantly trying to usher in reforms to always raise the bar by leveraging technology, with PFMS being one of the finest examples.
ICAO safeguards fiscal integrity of the nation. ICAO goes beyond mere payment and bookkeeping. ICAO has various roles including budgeting, payments, accounting, exchequer control, internal audit and the facilitation of timely pension payments to more than 12 lakh pensioners with web-based and app-based interfaces as well as pension facilitation cells. Public Financial Management, PFMS, is a web-based software application developed and implemented by the Controller General of Accounts, CGA. Under the overall supervision and guidance of Department of Expenditure, PFMS is facilitating payments and exchequer control, direct benefit transfer, DBT, monitoring fund flow mechanisms, accounting of tax and non-tax receipts, and fiscal reporting in secure environment. It facilitates more effective cash management in the Government of India through just-in-time transfer of funds and complete tracking of funds from its release to its credit into the bank account of beneficiaries. Its exponential growth can be gauged by the facts that it covered 65% of payments of total budget of GOI in 2022-23. PFMS handles direct benefit transfers including subsidies, social benefits, scholarships and pensions with citizens directly, saving of about 2.7 lakh crores. Effective cash management with better fund flow, preventing idle parking of funds, consolidating government funds and increasing transparency through Treasury Single Account. with savings of more than 10,000 crore rupees. Central and state nodal agency modules for better use of funds, monitoring and collaboration. SNA system has held a significant savings. Bill processing, including e-bill streamlining payments, saving time and resources.
It is the PFMS, again, which is the core IT platform and the logistical infrastructure on which the DBT is implemented, which has been termed as logistical marvel by international agencies like IMF. PFMS has now therefore become the face and identity of ICS, which is silently but surely transforming the public financial management of the country.
The numbers speak for themselves, but impact of digitization goes beyond numbers, saving crores of rupees through efficient cash management and empowering citizens with DBTs. It has strengthened the internal controls like internal audit in all the civil ministries with over 13,000 auditee units. The findings of internal audit provide crucial insights into Government of India funded schemes executed by different agencies. The training and capacity building requirements of the organization are partly met by the dedicated Institute for Government Accounts and Finance, located in New Delhi with 4 regional centers. As India dreams of an Amrit Kal by 2047, ICAO's vision is clear. End-to-end digitization for secure and efficient financial management, leveraging cutting-edge technologies for data-driven decision-making, and ensuring inclusive financial access for every citizen.
मेरी वृद्धावस्था पेंशन सीधे मेरे बैंक अकाउंट में आ जाती है। इसके लिए मुझे कहीं आना जाना नहीं पड़ता। इससे अच्छी क्या सुविधा होगी, बताइए।
The journey of the ICAO stands as a testament to its unwavering commitment to professional public financial management. As India strides towards a brighter future, the organization remains steadfast, ready to contribute to the nation's ongoing progress.
In the journey of the service, the public financial management system has been one of the cornerstones. It would not be hyperbole to state that since its inception, PFMS has revolutionized government payment and accounting processes and strengthened public financial management through its various modules and associated MIS reports. The website is a primary digital destination for more than 2.5 lakh users who access it on a daily basis for notifications, orders, security advisories, payment status related information, and submission of grievances. The platform itself has been constantly evolving and has transformed manifold from its CPMS avatar, that is the Central Plan Scheme Monitoring System, to now supporting digitalization process through the e-bill module. And it was about time that the face and feel of the website also reflect the same. It is with great pleasure and pride that we announce the launch of the new website for the public financial management system, and for this I request our chief guest to kindly do the honors. The new PFMS website embodies aspects of user-friendliness and intuitiveness in its overall outlook. It caters to the requirements of clear navigation, simple and clean layout, intuitive user interface, interactive elements, search functionality, feedback mechanism, bilingual features, and responsive design. Efforts have been made to align the new website with the latest GIGW guidelines. This is a significant step in our journey towards enhancing transparency, efficiency, and accessibility in financial management nationwide. Mechanism, bilingual features, and responsive design. Efforts efforts have been made to align the new website with the latest GIGW guidelines. This is a significant step in our journey towards enhancing transparency, efficiency, and accessibility in financial management. The Civil Accounts Day is also the day when we recognize those amongst us who have performed remarkably in various areas of our work. I request our Chief Guest, Secretary Expenditure, to kindly felicitate the winners of the Civil Lekha Samman Awards for the best performing field accounting units. I also request all the dignitaries on the dais to please join the Chief Guest to the front of the dais, please. I request our Chief Guest, Secretary Expenditure, to kindly felicitate the winners of the Civil Lekha Samman Awards for the best performing field accounting units. I also the first award is in the accounts category. The award in this category is being given to the field formation that ensured timeliness and accuracy in compiling its accounts. Factors such as timely incorporation of journal entries and submission of SCTs were some of the factors that were taken into consideration. The award in this category is being conferred on Ministry of Information and Broadcasting and on behalf of CCA, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Ajay Shankar Singh. I request former CCA, Shri Nalin Srivastava, and presently ED NMCG, Senior EOs, Shri DS Yadav and Srimati Sunita Chopra, and W, Shri Vishwanath Sharma, to please receive the award. ED NMCG. Please give the winners a huge round of applause. Sunita Chopra and W. Shri Vishwanath Sharma to please receive the award. Please give the winners a huge round of applause. The next award is in the payments efficiency category. This is a crucial service delivery area for the organization and has been an area of emphasis during the financial year. The Office of Principal Chief Controller of Accounts, CBDT, has been adjudged the best performer for ensuring timely payments, including pension processes and pension benefits. I request Principal CCA, CBDT, Srimati Suman Bala, Controller of Accounts, Srimati Charu Gupta, Deputy Controller of Accounts, Shri Veer Dhyaneshwar, Shri Vikas Karol, Ms. Deepti Bagga, and Senior EOs, Shri VL Saha and Shri Sanjeev Kumar, to please receive this award. There is no doubt that our organization has been amongst the most forward-looking and reform-oriented ones. And the next award category recognizes the best initiatives which have resulted in significant functional improvements. There are 4 awardees in this category, and in no particular order, I would invite the teams to please receive their awards. The first awardee is the GIFMIS vertical of Office of CGA for the implementation of the e-bill module. The module has been implemented as part of Honorable PM's Digital India initiative to enhance efficiency of governance processes with the intervention of technology. The module for paperless processing of payments has been implemented in 447 pay and accounts offices across India. I invite Joint CGA Shri Harish Srivastav, Deputy CGA Shri Anupam Raj, ACGA Shri B. Gopal Krishna, and Senior AO Srimati Jyoti Nagpal, W. Ms. Surekha Kumari, to please receive this award. The next awardee is the Office of Principal Chief Controller of Accounts, CBIC, for its electronic cash ledger system. The ECL is a citizen-centric initiative to facilitate timely, convenient, and accurate custom receipts to importers without the last-mile issues of net banking or server failures. It has been integrated with IceGate of CBIC, ARPIT, and RBI. To receive this award, I request Principal CCA CBIC, Shri Sanjeev Srivastav, Deputy CA, Shri Rushikesh Kodgi, Senior EOs, Ms. Subhashini and Ms. Bharti Tulli, to please receive the award. The next award is being conferred on PFMS for attaining ISO certification and developing its IT and cyber security policy. This was based on a comprehensive study of gap analysis of PFMS security with extensive consultation with various stakeholders like NIC, Ministry of Electronics and IT, RBI, and the final audit by STQC. This has led to the establishment of protocols and revamping of technical controls. To receive this award, I would like to invite on stage former Joint CJ and now CCA Health, Srimati Jaspal Kaur Pradyot, Joint CJ, Srimati Anjana Vashisht, ACGA, Shri Rahul Garg, Senior AOs, Shri N.K. Mehta and Shri Vikram Singh. The next awardee for a remarkable achievement is the Accounts and Financial Reporting Vertical of the Office of CGA for its efforts in achieving the transition from red to amber under the G20 Data Gaps Initiative. The achievement showcases the government's commitment to sharing reliable, timely, and internationally comparable data. To receive this award, I would like to invite on stage Joint CGA Shri Shailendra Kumar, Deputy CGA Srimati Parul Gupta, Senior AOs Shri VP Thomas and Shri Amitabh Ghai. Please give them a huge round of applause. Last but not the least, this year we shall be recognizing and encouraging the best performing probationer. And the award for the best performing probationer goes to Shri Anil Kumar, belonging to the 2020 batch of the service. The award is based on the hard work and commitment displayed by the officer during his training stints in LBSNA, in GAP and NIFM. A big congratulations to all the winners. I request all the dignitaries to please take their seats. I request the dignitaries to please take their seats. I now request our chief guest to please deliver the inaugural address and also read out the message sent by the Honorable Finance Minister.
Mr. Dubey, Controller General of Accounts, Mr. Srivastav, Dr. Yadav, Srimati Sen, Dr. V. Srinivas, Secretary, Department of Pensions and Pensioners Welfare, Mr. Pawan Kumar, Chief Advisor Cost, other distinguished guests, fellow officers, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by extending my warmest congratulations and felicitations to the Indian Civil Accounts Organization and to all ICAS officers and staff on the occasion of the 48th anniversary of this organization. Regrettably, the Honorable Finance Minister, despite her wish to be here, was unable to make it today because of exigencies of work. However, she has instructed me to read out her message, which I hope will also be shown on the screen. So I'll read it now. Congratulations to the Controller General of Accounts and the Indian Civil Accounts Organization on the occasion of the 48th Civil Accounts Day. The commitment of the Indian Civil Accounts Service officers to modernizing the payment and account system, along with their efforts in driving various reforms in public financial management, is indeed commendable. The public financial management system, designed, developed, and implemented by the Office of the Controller General of Accounts under the supervision and guidance of the Department of Expenditure, has played a pivotal role in revolutionizing the financial administration of the Government of India. PFMS has been the cornerstone of establishing an efficient fund flow system alongside a robust payment and accounting network. This has not only facilitated a real-time, reliable, and meaningful management information system, but has also paved the way for a more transparent, accountable, and people-centric governance as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. The direct benefit transfer mechanism facilitated through PFMS has led to the transfer of rupees 34 lakh crore from the government. This is a testament to the system's effectiveness in eliminating inefficiencies and ensuring that the benefits are delivered directly to the citizens without any leakages. It is noteworthy that 1,081 different schemes, including those of state governments, have been seamlessly integrated into the DBT. Initiatives by the Central Pension Accounting Office under the Office of the CGA, such as the Pensioners Facilitation Cell, Web Responsive Pensioners Service, Pension Adalats, and the recently developed Dirgayu Pensioners mobile app, underscore the dedication to empowering over 12 lakh pensioners with easy access to pension-related information and addressing their grievances promptly. As we embark on the journey towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, I hope that the CGA and ICAO continue to work towards enhancing the efficiency, transparency, and accountability of our financial administration through innovative and people-centric approaches. With that, I conclude her message. So in the manner of, sometimes when some cricketer gets injured or doesn't appear, somebody else, stands in their stead. So in that manner, I'm now delivering the chief guest's address to you. So I hope you will tolerate it. Allow me to begin by sharing some good news with all of you. Recognizing the growing responsibilities associated with the PFMS, there was a consensus on the need to reinforce and restructure the Indian Civil Account Service cadre. I'm delighted to announce that the necessary manpower strengthening is being implemented to enhance the efficiency of both PFMS and the CGA organization. One part of this has already been implemented, and another part is under implementation. A total of 76 posts have already been converted from temporary to permanent, 1 post at HAG level, 14 at SAG level, 48 at JAG level, and 13 at the senior time scale level. Upgradation of 3 other posts is in process. This development is a positive step towards ensuring the seamless operation of the service and the organization. The Civil Accounts Organization continues to manage the payment responsibilities of the government through the pay and accounts offices, encompassing financial reporting of expenditure and receipts. The public financial management system, crafted, developed, and executed by the Indian Civil Accounts Organization, offers modules for comprehensive digital payments, inclusive of accounting, reconciliation, and financial reporting. Additionally, PFMS serves as a robust IT platform, enhancing cash management within the government through the just-in-time transfer of funds and meticulous tracking of its use. PFMS makes a direct and substantial contribution to the Digital India initiative of the Government of India. The Civil Accounts Organization also plays a crucial role in authorizing pensions, managing accounting processes, and maintaining a comprehensive database through the Central Pension Accounting Office, catering to pensioners and family pensioners. The CPAO stands in a distinctive position, serving as a vital link between ministries, departments, and pension disbursing banks. As like a broken record, every time I come here, I've been emphasizing on timely payments, and measures have been taken in this direction by implementing the e-bill module. I am told that now more than 450 pay and accounts offices have been onboarded on the e-bill platform. In the last Civil Accounts Day, not only in the last Civil Accounts Day, but in the last Civil Accounts Day, I had raised concerns about instances of delays in payments. I am happy to note that bill payment efficiency, as the CGA has also mentioned in his speech, has been taken up as a top priority item by the Controller General of Accounts, and through very close monitoring, bill payment efficiency has substantially improved, and I'm very happy to see that. I commend the Controller General of Accounts and all his officers and officials for this improvement. I will expect that this should be sustained and closely watched, and instances of delays, wherever delay occurs, should be examined for corrective action. I would like you to move for complete end-to-end implementation of the e-bill system in the Government of India so that this can improve further. Significant progress has been made to keep pace with the changing times, changing stakeholders, and changing technology. This has happened by revising the receipts and payments rules, revising object heads, and in other ways. I'm also very happy to note, as the CGA mentioned in his address, that you have come out with a revised civil accounts manual 17 years after the previous version. and I'm sure this will be helpful to all the staff at all levels in performing their duties. I was pleased to note that the PFMS, with its internal restructuring or reconfiguration, was prepared to provide for peak loads last March, which led to smooth and seamless closing of the financial year. Let me compliment you for the hassle-free annual closing in March 2023, but with the compliment comes the expectation that we'll have a similarly hassle-free closing in March 2024. Issues, if any, with the banking system should be sorted out in advance. As we contemplate the future, there's an ongoing requirement for monitoring cyber security. The country faces increasing cyber security threats at all levels, and we cannot afford to drop our guard. These tasks and others will persist. Let me also mention another new initiative which is of considerable importance to the Government of India, in which the Civil Accounts Organization will play a crucial role. This is the SNA-SPUR system, which will take just-in-time funds management to a higher level. In this regard, I want to particularly thank the officers of the Reserve Bank of India, and in particular, Srimati Sudha Balakrishnan, Executive Director and CFO of the Reserve Bank of India, for the unstinting cooperation that we've received from the Reserve Bank in implementing this path-breaking initiative. This initiative will mean that the requirement even for a temporary storing of funds outside the government account will be eliminated progressively. I extend my warm congratulations to all the award winners. Your dedication and excellence have rightfully earned this honor. Your achievements showcase the remarkable impact of hard work and passion, and I happen to know most of the leaders of the teams that have won these awards, and I'm quite, without being involved in the selection process, looking at them, I'm quite convinced they deserved it. This accolade is not just a recognition of your talent, but a celebration of the dedication and perseverance that led you to this moment. May this award be a stepping stone to even greater success, and may you continue to inspire others within the organization. Over the past 48 years, the Indian Civil Accounts Organization has made significant strides, showcased a high degree of professionalism and competence in fulfilling its duties. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your continued journey and contributions, aligning with the government's vision. Please rest assured of our unwavering support in the endeavors that you undertake in this direction. May your path be marked by continued dedication and success, integrity and excellence in service to the nation. Thank you.
We would now like to felicitate our distinguished guests with a small memento. I request the Controller General of Accounts to please felicitate the Chief Guest with a token of our gratitude. I now request Joint CGA Srimati Sanchita Shukla to please felicitate AS-PURS Srimati Paroma Sen. I now request Joint CGA Srimati Anjana Vashisht to please felicitate ASPF States Dr. S.S. Yadav. Thank you. I now invite Principal Chief Controller of Accounts, CBIC, Shri Sanjeev Srivastav, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected Finance Secretary Dr. T.V. Somanathan, the Controller General of Accounts Shri S.S. Dubey, my esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. I take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the Indian Civil Accounts Organization. Although she is not here, first of all, I express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Finance Minister, who has been the source of inspiration for the service. Her leadership and encouragement have always motivated the service and the organization. I also thank the Honorable Minister of State for their guidance and support all along. The organization is extremely grateful to the Finance Secretary, Dr. T.V. Somanathan, for his direction, supervision, and unwavering support to the organization. He has been our friend, philosopher, and guide in true spirit. We are very thankful to you, sir, for gracing the 48th Civil Accounts Day and for guiding and helping us grow to our potential. Our Controller General of Accounts has always been leading us from the front. He is the biggest cheerleader for the organization and has set very high benchmark for the organization in terms of delivering the mandate and also joins efforts to achieve them. A big thank you, sir. The organization is grateful to the Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance for helping and guiding us at every step, not only for organizing the 48th Civil Accounts Organization Day, but in all our endeavors. I take this opportunity to thank our retired colleagues and retired Controller General of Accounts for their contribution in building the organization. Thank you all for gracing this occasion today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I now invite you all to tea. The guests in the front may please join us for tea on the foyer to my left, and the guests at the back may join at the foyer at the end of the auditorium. The next awardee is the Office of Principal Chief Controller of Accounts, CBIC, for its electronic I request all the guests to please be seated. We are commencing with the first panel discussion now. All our panelists and moderators are on the dais. We are commencing with the first session. I request the guests at the back to please be settled.
Hello. Yeah. A very good afternoon to the dignitaries on the dais and to all our colleagues and friends in the audience. This is the first session, the way forward for Indian Civil Account Organization would be deliberated here. You know, in physics, there's a huge debate about whether time can loop back on itself. But well, we have a very distinguished panel here, which has our present CGA as well as the past Controller General of Accounts, who shall guide us forward. As you all might know, we have Shri H. Prabhakar Rao, an officer from 1969 batch who has been our Controller General of Accounts, Shri V.N. Kella, Srimati Archana Nigam, Srimati Soma Roy Burman, and Shri S.S. Dubey. Without much ado, I will request Shri Sanjay Singh to give a little presentation about the deliberations that took place in Chintan Shivir, what the service has come together and discussed and found that we would like to do in future to set the tone for the further discussion. Thank you. Sanjay, over to you.
Ma'am, with your permission, before we begin, we would like to give a small token of our appreciation and welcome to all the guests on the dais.
Yeah.
So let us put our hands together and now welcome our eminent panelists. The panel is being chaired by retired CGA Shri H.P. Rao, and I request Shri Abhijay Pagare, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please welcome sir. Let us also welcome retired CGA Shri V.N. Kella, and I request Shri Vivek Yadav, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please welcome sir. I request you all to please put your hands together and welcome retired CGA Srimati Archana Nigam. I request Shri Jovial Prabhat, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please welcome Madam. Let us now welcome retired CGA Srimati Soma Roy Burman, and I request Shri Deepak Gupta, belonging to the 21 batch, to please welcome Madam. Our panel is also joined by the Controller General of Accounts, and I request Shri Shlok Vaikar, ICS Officer of the 21 batch, to please welcome sir. The panel will be moderated by additional CGA Srimati Astha Saxena Khatpani and joint CGA Shri Sanjay Singh. Over to you, sir.
So welcome to the first technical session after the inaugural session of the 48th Civil Accounts Day. In the inaugural session, not only we reflected upon our achievements, but also pondered over how we can continue playing our role in more effective manner. Overall vision of the government. We reflected on our legacy and evolution and remembered how we met the various challenges to fulfill our mandate and meet expectations of the government. As an agile organization, we have to keep pace with the technological and other developments and play more meaningful role in the governance of the country. In this giant wheel of movement and progress, we are playing a very important part. For the panel discussion on the way forward for the organization, we have a distinguished panel of 4 retired Controller General of Accounts. Shri H.P. Rao of 1969 batch, CGA from September 2004 to January 2006. Shri B.N. Kaila, 1971 batch, CGA from April 2007 to March 2009. Srimati Archana Nigam, 1981 batch, CGA from January 2017 to April 2017. And Srimati Soma Roy Burman, 1986 batch, CGA from December 2019 to July 2021. Service remembers their valuable contribution with gratitude. We are thankful to them for agreeing to be here to provide their valuable guidance to the service for its way forward. The ICO has accomplished much, but we have to align our priorities to reach our potential in some of the areas in the short run. So I will first cover some of the areas in the short run before I come to the Chintan Shivir deliberations and what we came out from that. 100% coverage of bills for e-payments, continued smooth and seamless closure of accounts in March every year, timely placing of annual accounts in the Parliament, automation of annual appropriation accounts and annual finance accounts, strengthening of the internal audit through data analytics and IT-based systems with focus on risk-based audit, continued robustness in IT and cyber security, capacity building with increased focus on e-learning courses and centers of excellence, continued updating of rules, procedures and manuals, maintaining of PFMS platform and enhancing infrastructure and security as one of the best in world in line with the global best practices, improving dissemination of information through various reports and dashboards as a decision support system, e-asset and EUC modules and contributing for better asset management, seamless pension process and payments and empowering the pensioners with timely information and grievance redressal. We came out with a beautiful vision and mission document about more than a decade back, and each and every word of the same is as much relevant today as it was then. Of course, now there is a need for more granular approach on that in the context of fast-moving pace of reforms. On finance and economy front, the government is moving towards a prosperous society, robust financial services sector, strong and economic sovereignty. As it has been mentioned that very recently in month of December 2023, we had organized a Chintan Shivir for ICS officers to deliberate upon with the objective of enhancing operational efficiency and also to define clear organizational goals in the immediate, medium and distant term. 4 papers emerged from these discussions on very important areas which may be considered as areas of engagement for aligning our priorities and for the Indian Civil Accounts Organization for the way forward. Presentation, please. Please go ahead. So we all know our vision and mission. I need not repeat it here.
I think we'll have to maybe state, because I think the font is not visible from here, so
yes.
Maybe you can read it out,
yes.
The important ones.
Yes. So our vision, we need not read out here. Mission: administer an effective, credible and responsive system for budgeting, payment and accounting. Develop new paradigms of internal audit for improved transparency and accountability. Provide a world-class, robust, government-wide integrated financial information system and leverage information and communication technology to achieve intended goals. And also, last but not the least, promote professional integrity through a dedicated workforce committed to service ethos. Now, we have just seen the Honorable FM's message on the 48th Civil Accounts Day. I must say, this is the message, the last para of the message is the way forward for us. Let us read each and every word carefully. As we embark on the journey towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047, hope that the CGA and the ICO continue to work towards enhancing the efficiency, transparency, and accountability of our financial administration through innovative and people-centric approaches. Now for the way forward for ICO, what is our objective? To enhance operational efficiency and to define clear organizational goals in the immediate, medium, and distant terms. There are 4 areas of engagement which were deliberated during the Chintan Shivir. First is the integrated accounting and financial information system. Second, the digital transformation for data-based governance. Third, the outcome-based accounting for better service delivery. And the fourth, sustainability accounting. Now when we see these areas of engagement and see how they align with our vision and mission, now the alignment is very clear. Now the first area of engagement here, when we talk about the integrated accounting and financial information system, we see that we have already talked in our mission statement for the government-wide integrated financial information system. Now we are moving towards, we have taken certain steps, but we have a long way to go towards harmonization of accounting system, which enhances the granularity and relevance of financial data. When we talk about the digital transformation for data-based governance, there is a clear phrase which is emerging from our mission statement, leveraging information and communication technology. This is the mapping of this area of engagement with the mission statement phrase, which is very important. And of course, through standardization and digitization of data. When we talk about the third area of engagement, outcome-based accounting for better service delivery, improved transparency and accountability is very clearly mentioned in our mission statement, and certainly this engagement will provide comprehensive view of organizational performance. When we talk about the sustainability accounting, credible and responsive system is very important phrase of our mission statement, which we will be able to achieve once it is working everywhere. Credible and responsive system in all other 3 areas of engagement will also be there. But when we talk about the sustainability accounting, the credible and responsive system will be more enhanced with full capture of the socio-economic and environmental impact of the actions taken by the government, leveraging the technology and then focus on sustainable development goals. In the next slide, now we are basically concentrating on the first area of engagement, integrated accounting and financial information system, where the steps which are required to be taken are convergence of accounting and FMS of government as a whole. Of course, the first step will be there, that integration of railways, defense and posts with PFMS for real-time financial reporting for whole of the government of India needs to be taken that step. And what will be benefit which we envisage in this whole process? There will be a single source of data relating to accounts and finance across all government entities, center, state and other tiers. Next slide. Digital transformation for data-based governance. Now, recasting of DDGs. Now see the third circle. Recasting of DDGs in digital format and development of digital DDG module, which is one of the way forwards in the short term, which has been basically recommended by the committee of officers who have worked on this area of engagement. harmonization of central, state and local accounts, and we have already mentioned that CG has plugged the gap in India's statistical system by transitioning from red to amber label, showcasing the Ministry of Finance, Government of India's commitment to sharing reliable, timely, and internationally comparable data as per Data Gap Initiative recommendations. Now, this will also help in improving the internal audit process through digital interventions, standardization of digitization of accounts and financial data, and leveraging technology to improve the collection, analysis, and utilization of data in the government sector. Next slide, please. Outcome-based accounting for better service delivery. The deliberations came out with certain recommendations, and the steps involved are mapping outlays and expenditure against measurable key performance indicators at implementation level, facilitating capturing of measurable physical indicators at the last mile, facilitating integrated reporting of financial progress with physical progress in schemes, and of course this will facilitate the output-based financing. Last but not the least, sustainability accounting, which is an emerging area, and not much has been deliberated in the government on this aspect. This involves integrating environmental costs and benefits into national accounts and decision-making process. The value of responsiveness to the modern functional requirements drives ICO towards partaking its role in sustainability efforts of the government and the nation. Actually, the sustainability, not only environmental, the financial sustainability and the social and economic impact of the government programs and schemes need to be evaluated so that we have a holistic view of the steps which the government is taking. Short-term plan, which has been recommended by the committee, is to identify, assess and plan the opportunities regarding chart of accounts reforms with focus on SDGs. Medium-term plan is to pilot, check and measure in selected departments to assess the challenges, and the long-term plan is to universal rollout and mainstream government budgeting and accounting. So I would like to end here and now invite the distinguished panelists to share their thoughts on the way forward. Thank you very much.
संजय, जैसा संजय ने बताया कि चिंतन शिविर में जो चर्चा सर्विस के साथियों के साथ हुई थी और उसके अंतर्गत जो बातें उभर के आई उसको उन्होंने यहाँ हम सबके साथ साझा किया. But since we have the benefit of the wisdom of all the distinguished panelists, my first question, sir, would be to you, Rao sir. You took over the service 2 decades ago when we were in a nascent stage. Now we can say nascent stage. At that time we felt that we are moving forward. Nascent stage of digitization. All these years, a lot of changes have taken place. And most of all, the ask from service has also increased manifold. The departments, the executive, the Janta, everybody wants us to do better, be more efficient. What are your observations, sir? How do you see us from there to this? And what is your advice for future years to come? Thank you.
Is correct? Yes, that's okay. Thank you. Mr. Dubey, my fellow panelists on the dais, retired officers as well as all the serving officers and officials of the Civil Accounts Organization. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very grateful to Mr. Dubey for having invited me to come over and be a part of this panel. It is something which is a great honor, in fact, I would say. And the one, I'm sure that the one irony which may not have escaped most of the people over here would be that while we are looking at the way forward, Mr. Dubey has looked behind and brought 4 retired officers into the picture for their thoughts. Now, obviously, while experience will count, and experience certainly will contribute towards the movement of the technical portions of the department. The fact remains that many of us may not be fully in touch with what has been happening over the course of the years. A lot of it was covered during the earlier session when Mr. Dubey spoke about it, and now also partly it has been covered by this. It's a great, it's really a good thing to know that the ICAO had organized a retreat for thinking through the future of the service, like what she has now mentioned about the Chintan Shivir which took place, and the various aspects which were discussed over there. This is something which certainly is very important from the point of view of planning for the future, and also for trying to orientate our attitude towards it, as well as sort of, preparing the technical grounds for it. This outcome, for example, outcomes is one thing which struck me. There was an attempt at outcome-based budgeting which had been introduced some years ago. I don't know whether even now it is continuing or not, and in what way that outcomes of the budget has been integrated into our accounting system to report on it. That portion would be of some interest to know, because if we are now starting afresh for output versus outcome, I suppose that is how it is being treated. That means the output may not necessarily be the same as the desired outcome. That was one of the things which I remember the then finance minister used to speak about. So in what way these outcomes can be integrated into our own system, whether it is in the PFMS itself, which is now what has been talked about, and if so, in what manner. This is something which really matters, because the PFMS probably is only data-based, while outcomes and all may not necessarily be so well quantified as all that. That is something which needs a lot of attention actually. Because each and every scheme need not have a quantitative outcome, it would actually have a qualitative outcome. And for that, there is a separate procedure. This is one angle. And the other angle is, to what extent should we go to try and integrate everything into PFMS? Is it necessary? Also we need to think, because then we should not get a system which is totally overburdened. After all, if each and everything can be quantified, then it would not be as, it would be a much simpler task than what it appears now. But quantification and how to judge quality and how to give parameters towards quality so that can be then quantified is not an easy task at all. And is it necessary that everything should come within the accounting system? Is also something that we need to ponder over, because all said and done, all the executive departments of the governments are all watching what is happening on the field for the schemes and projects and so on which they are financing. So I'm sure, so what is the nature of the integration between what is already it's being monitored in a different way. Now, can it be monitored also only through the accounting and financial information system? That we need to ponder, and if so, how? That also needs a bit of, that is a part of the Chintan. I'm sure this also might have been discussed in the Chintan Shivir. I would not know about that. This is something we need to see. As far as the digitization is concerned now, Asta was asking whether, how much is the change which took place from those days. Actually, right from the beginning, even much earlier, there was a very elementary thing called virtual level computerization which had been started, and then from that it moved on towards the accounts and so on. But I think one of the main features during earlier days was the computerization of the receipts systems, both income tax as well as the central excise. That was one of the major features which was then at that time greatly in vogue. And I think to a great extent, I think that seems to have sort of settled down. I'm sure someone may be able to throw more light on that. The integration and the cooperation with the banking sector at that time was one of the features. In fact, it was the banks, especially the Reserve Bank of India, which was anxious for us to move forward on computerization, and definitely a lot of people played their part in it. I also remember Mr. Kaila playing a major role in that at that time. So a lot of things had taken place at that time in the computerization field, in the, you might say, the first level digitization which was taking place. And all our offices certainly had become, had actually started off on that field. Today when we see to the extent to which PFMS is now capturing the data, and more important, is able to ensure that government funds do not remain out in the, like a float with either the banks or somewhere or the other. That is one of the things which has been, where the PFMS has played a significant role. And now, as we are told, the whole purpose and intent is to see that the money is goes immediately to the utilization organization, and the utilizing organization utilizes it and reports it before it gets any further funds. I see also that there is an attempt towards almost like a treasury single account for each and every organization. That is, now you got a treasury single account, as we all know, for each government, each department, of the central government, of the state governments. All of these are there, have been there with the Reserve Bank of India. So the idea of the treasury single account is that when the government funds go out, it goes directly to the utilizing agency. It doesn't go through any intermediary and lie in a different pocket for a long time, and that is the whole purpose here. At the same time, if we have got such a large number of organizations which are now covered by PFMS, these autonomous bodies and I think, various types of autonomous bodies of varying autonomy also, I'm sure. These are probably in thousands or maybe lakhs, I don't know, if you count even the states. So for the Reserve Bank of India to go around having treasury single accounts for so many of them is something which we need to, we have to see. I'm sure RBI knows that it can handle those things, and then, so basically it would mean then that the organization can take out the money from the government account, either the Consolidated Fund of India or the state. I suppose in this case we are interested in the central portion. So the money goes out from the Consolidated Fund of India directly to the organization only when it wants it, when it needs it. So that's the purpose of treasury single account. Unlike the earlier systems, before PFMS and so on, when the money would be passed on to the states and for further distribution, and we were not quite sure about how long it would lie, in which account it would lie, with whom it would lie, and ultimately the end utilization also, whether it's in the correct direction or not, would not be known till some utilization certificates came at the end of the year. So now this is a tremendous step forward for the central government to ensure that its funds remain with itself till the actual utilization takes place. And if treasury single accounts are to be done for so many organizations, I'm sure that will be a huge leap forward, I would say, not simply a step forward, it will be a leap forward. That's another thing which is of great interest, and how it pans out and how our PFMS gets integrated with these things. I'm sure there should not be any difficulty, because there already are TSAs. So TSAs for another few thousands may not be much of a difficult thing, but I suppose we have to see how it finally comes into. This is one of the important things which we were told is the movement of our accounting system's status with the IMF from red to orange. Amber. There was a book called Forever Amber long ago which was written. I hope it is not ever forever amber, and we move towards green also. But CGA tells me that the movement towards green can come at a time when the state's figures, state's data also is placed on the IMF, on our website the data dissemination is done by the states also. So now that portion is of course not under the immediate control of the CGA or of the central government also actually for that matter. Now for movement from amber to green, for the states to come, then there has to be something like states separation of accounts also. And that is where actually now, long ago, we should remember that when the separation of accounts or the departmentalization of accounts took place from the Indian Audit and Accounts Department to the ministries concerned, that decision was not taken by the C&AG. It was taken by the Government of India. So the decision for the states to take over the accounts lies with the states actually. And that is the time. Now, to what extent the Government of India can influence the states and what is the nature of their interaction on this matter and all is not known. But when the states do take over the accounts and there is a centralized pattern which is followed in all matters, I think that is the time when a very good step forward would be taken towards towards integrating the entire finances of the state and central governments. And that is where, we can hope for a movement from amber to green. So these are my preliminary observations on this matter, which I have been invited after I have listened to Astha's and also Sanjay Singh's exposition, and I had a look at some of the papers which are placed over here. I'm sure that our other panelists also will have a lot to say on various things, and I would like them also to participate. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Kaila sir? He has been a pioneer of digitization in our service. I remember I was in urban development when sir was CCA and we were doing PO 2000, his motivation, his commitment. My God, one can never forget that. Sir, your comments please on the digitization.
Thank you, Asthaji. In fact, projects like this, like PO 2000 or then Compact or then CPSMS and then PFMS, इन सबको करने के लिए तपस्या करनी पड़ती है. कोई रेगुलर अप्रोच से या रेगुलर और 9 to 5, आई रिमेम्बर हम लोग जब PO 2000 करते थे तो जब खत्म होता था काम तभी जाते थे. हो गया भाई ठीक है, पेमेंट ठीक से होने लगा या रिपोर्ट ठीक से आने लगी है. The many stages which we used to go through step by step. Number one, एक तो तपस्या करनी पड़ती है और दूसरा इसमें सबका सहयोग चाहिए होता है. Everyone's cooperation. I remember all those people who worked with us, Cherian and AO, senior AO level people in those offices, their contribution was also fantastic. Everyone did contribute to the final product, and we were able to move on from PO 2000 and then to Compact, and then we got CPSMS because we had done this tapasya on the other thing. Because at CPSMS, many people do not know that we faced a real threat. PFMS would not have come to us. It would have gone to the C&AG, because C&AG team along with Rakesh Jain, the deputy C&AG, with the blessings of C&AG of course, he approached the planning commission saying that it involves expenditure figures from state government, so it is CAG's area and they should be given this project. It was a planned project of the planning commission. Then we made I remember Archana made this presentation, a parallel presentation, that no, this is something on which we have been doing work for 10 years. Compact is there and PO 2000 earlier is there, it's all stabilized. And now if we do CPSMS, we will be able to deliver very fast. They asked me also, how long will you take? I said, from the day you give orders, we will within 3 months. You will have on your machine the figures available of each planning commission scheme. And I said, ask C&AG fellows, what have they got? They got nothing. They are only talking in there. They were smart enough to say, no, we will take figures from CGA office. I said, this kind of two-person responsibility will not work. Either it is CGA or C&AG. Otherwise, later on, we will always be blaming each other that you have not done this, and instead of delivering whatever is required. So that, ultimately that worked, and we got the CPSMS, and we were able to, first battle in implementation was in all scheme sanctioning DDOs to train them and put the module there so that they can enter these figures, create sanction IDs. And for that, I remember even Mr. Dubey was we asked for people to join from various places, various senior AOs who had worked with me. I invited them also that whatever you are doing, you leave that and come. And I asked Mr. Dubey also to come. And he was doing a foreign assignment at that time, FAO assignment. So to his credit and his selfless nature, he came over to help us manage this part of the project. We were able to, in 1 month, the whole government of India, scheme sanctioning DDOs, they were trained, and just now Somaji reminded me about carpet bombing. So at that time we used this word that, training, put everything there. They should not be looking for things that how to do it. So much so that in addition to various videos and CDs, we made our teams paste a one-page process flow that how they will do it in simple language on the seat of every person, every scheme sanctioning DDO. And they were able to do it. By the end of the month, the whole thing started, and within 2 months we were able to, in parallel, scheme mapping was being done in INGAF. In fact, INGAF is a very big help, and I must say at this point that we must increase even the size of INGAF. Those 6-7 rooms doesn't help us. It must be there a large unit where we are wanting to do so much of work. And in that, if we have very limited space, very limited people, everything gets limited because of limited space. So we must, as a sort of recommendation of this discussion, I think take it up with Finance Secretary that we must get something bigger for INGAF, a bigger INGAF. If nothing else, then originally NIFM was supposed to be INGAF, but that over the course of time, by being too democratic with other services, we let them handle it, and it is not fully under our control. But INGAF we must expand. And in INGAF what we did was that we had parallelly all these training programs going on. Within 1 month, everything it's a crisis, a sort of thing, everyone working overtime, everyone working, leaving everything else and doing it. And by the end of the month, we were fully on the go, and we started working this was the month of March 2008. From 1st April 2008, we started giving all these figures in the system, and the compact, it was compact at that point of time, From compact, we gave, compact and e-lekha, we gave access to planning commission members also, and they were really surprised that you have been able to do in 2 months' time something which we have not got since the setting up of the planning commission. They didn't have any figures about the expenditure on the schemes, up-to-date figures. What we gave them was, you click and you will get whatever sanction ID has been, it was sanction ID of course, the sanctions which have been processed, which ultimately result in expenditure too. So this kind of team effort, it's a team effort required, whatever we want to do. In PFMS also, we still have to do a lot of things. We have to work more on PFMS for DBT has taken a lot of attention. DBT has given a lot of pressure also. So naturally it has got more attention, but other parts of PFMS that we have to give more attention and make it up. Cash management is another thing. In fact, with all this kind of software cash management, our cash management should be of level 1, but we still have a lot of area to cover. And I did try when I was CGA to progress further in cash management, but we got scared a little bit that, you know, that is an area of RBI. RBI is dominating that area, and with more experience perhaps we can handle it now, and with better software also of information. Otherwise it would be possible. And what they do is that they are all doing armchair thinking. They are going by past this thing, with the result that there are a lot of excess cash balances of Government of India. Because it can never be perfect, because they are not taking day-to-day figures. If it is only CGA who has got day-to-day figures for cash management purposes with them, and not only them, even CGA can even influence cash position, in the sense that you delay, you postpone some payments, heavy payments you can postpone, so that you can modify cash balances, the way modern cash planning and management is being done. Only CGA has the role being the person doing exchequer control. RBI is getting the figures. RBI doesn't have a role designed for that, but since over a period they are doing that, and we also at that point of time, Pankaj Sharma helped me a lot. We tried to get into a committee, we got into a committee with RBI and looking at cash management figures of the Government of India, but it is something for which the information has to come from the bottom, the spending points. From there you have to do, and then you prepare every month, you get a good handle on the cash profile and what is happening and what is going to happen, how you can modify it so that you can keep the cash extra cash or less cash amounts within control. That you can control, only CGA can do that. Then PFMS, for me, I have seen, I have tried so many other things even in CGA office during my course of 38 years of service. Ultimately what gets imprinted is what is done through the computer program, through technology. And this is true in foreign, in foreign CGAs also, you can say, foreign treasuries, accountant general's offices. Otherwise, if you have not put it into a IT package and told the people that it is work like this, it gets disturbed. The moment people leave, especially in Southern Africa or some of these HIV prone countries, People just die and the whole knowledge goes. I taught cash management to a group. By the time I went back again, the whole cash management group had gone. Nobody was doing that work which we had started of simple cash management for the treasury for a small country. But that somehow gets disturbed. So ultimately, otherwise our track record is, what helps us is our track record. I mean, there have been different people, different time frames, over a lot of time, right from something got enthused into the service when we started in 1976. That every lot of energy and every 3-4 years something came coming. A lot of good people also started coming, mainly because of Delhi attraction. This is the only service, class 1 service, which keeps you at Delhi for a long time to stabilize your home and other things. And with the result that if you look at it after stabilization in 1980, with gains and contact, every 3-4 years something new was coming from CGA office. A very, one can say, fantastic track record. So with this track record, I would say that sky is the limit for Civil Accounts Organization. Please keep it up and wish you the best in future for all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With your experience and guidance in future, we'll be further benefited. Madam, Nigam has been a very, very strong advocate of PFMS.
Yes,
but
yes.
ma'am, you have a very varied experience. You've also served as member CAT.
Yes.
So I would request you to kindly share your wisdom with us about PFMS and about other issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Asta. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the panelists on the dais. It's indeed a rare privilege to be a panelist and share my views and insights about the way ahead for the ICS, which was and will remain my first love. Never mind CAT. Civil accounts is civil accounts. On this momentous juncture in our country, which is being led towards Ram Rajya of good governance by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, it is now so appropriate to focus as he has done, as Dubey has done, saying that we need to now focus our targets on Amrit Kal, right? But before I talk about what to me is Amrit Kal and what we need to do for targets of Amrit Kal, may I please be permitted to congratulate the Indian Civil Accounts Service officers and the staff of this amazing department in the very dynamic and led by a very dynamic and competent CGA from the front. I would like to say that I have noticed every CGA in this department has always led from the front. And that is an amazing thing to do. As it evolves into a truly world-class body of professionals who, sir, I would like to mention, have proven to the world that with tools like PFMS, we as professional accounting can become the backbone of good governance. With a tool like with PFMS, we can become the backbone of good governance in this country, which is what we all are hoping to do. I may also be permitted to compliment the concept papers at your Chintan Shivar are amazing. They are amazing in their quality, in their technical prowess. Way to go, ICS officers, take a bow. You guys have technical skills which are, I think we have a lot of engineering officers, and that's really helping us in taking forward all these technical initiatives. So take a bow. In particular, I was very excited by concept paper 3 on the outcome-based accounting, because when I was initially working with PFMS, thanks to Mr. Kela, we were a team. What had excited me most was my passion for accountability and transparency in the country and in public finances. And that is what drove, personally, that is what drove me forward to do the PFMS. And in public finance, we developed the very first version of PFMS, which was then called CPSMS.
Permit me, please, Mr. Kela, to share, as you did, some instances. When we started PFMS, it was at the instance of the Planning Commission and the PMO who didn't know what was happening with the money. So we had PIL saying, "Bhai, itna paisa kharch ho raha hai, hota kyun nahi, school kyun nahi bante, ye kyun nahi hota?" A colleague of mine, Pinky Anand, said, "I'll file a PIL." I said, "Please go ahead. That will give us impetus to move ahead." The fact was that there was no clue. So when we started the job, Mr. Kela and I, he said, "Go to the Planning Commission and see what are the schemes." Nobody in Planning Commission had any idea कि कितनी schemes है. माने वो खातों में कहीं पड़ी थी. Nobody had any idea. And then finally we decided that we would restrict ourselves in the initial initiatives to the flagship schemes for which the PMO was pressurizing that they needed to know the accountability of those particular schemes. So I believe that I think we were very, very lucky that we had CJ like you, forward-looking, positive, open to discussion. We used to have a discussion every day with Deepankar, who was, I think, our backbone on NIC, and I've always believed, even when I go to World Bank and make presentations on PFMS, and the country representatives ask, I was called, sir, so which company did you hire? And I keep telling them, our officers. And our NIC, why would we want anyone else? We have the best skills within our own department. All that it needed was a push, which I'm glad we were able to do. Amrit Kal, to my mind, the focus of Amrit Kal should translate in its Hindi version into the golden era of governance. Amrit Kal, the golden era of governance, which the Honorable PM has also been saying we must aim for. To my mind, if we were to talk, and I'm talking specifically what you asked me to talk about, what should be the focus of our targets in the Amrit Kal? To my mind, Amrit Kal should lead to achieving social equality and empowerment of the lesser privileged sections of society so that they benefit from economic growth, which we are witnessing in this country in an amazing way. The economic growth that we are witnessing now for the last 4-5 years, the market is going boom, boom. And if we are able to share that and mainstream the less privileged and exploited section, what more could Amrit Kal be? Secondly, there is another perspective on Amrit Kal that I would like to share, which is my experience of 36 years in the ministry has taught me that we tend to be very arrogant. To me, Amrit Kal also means that we temper our administrative initiatives with sensitivity. I used to often feel, just the way that when I spoke to staff in the ministries and I spoke in Hindi, वो तारतम्य बनता है, English में नहीं बनता था. Similarly, there came a time in our services where there was one group of people that was IT literate and one IT illiterate. We created a divide. Now, not only do we have to bridge those divides within our working force, but whenever we do these initiatives, we have to make sure that we do it with empathy and with not with arrogance, particularly on areas which are our area. And I will come to that as having been a judge. I have seen a whole lot of problems happening with pension. Pension is our only public face. For the civil accounts, we have only one public face, and that is pension. And therefore, I was appalled when, as a judge, administrative member in CAT, Jodhpur bench in Rajasthan, I found that about 70% of the cases that come up to CAT are related to pension. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Also, bear in mind that very often the Supreme Court and the higher judiciary have expressed severe displeasure at the ham-handed manner in which pensions are handled. We need to look into that. And when I say we, I'm not talking about civil accounts, I'm talking about the entire structure down the line. The videos were, I don't know if they are still, supposed to be under our control functionally. Be that as it may, कहीं पे भी गड़बड़ हो, गाली तो हम ही सुनते हैं. तो इसीलिए we have to also sensitize our DDOs so that they are efficient in their processing of pension, and we do not have so many cases coming up. But more importantly than that, so that is one issue that you have to do. Refresher courses for DDOs, refresher courses for your POs on how to do much more efficient processing of pension. But more than that, what I have found is that we are paying our pension through the banks. And the banks are quite clueless on many things about pension. We need to run refresher courses for them. We need them to know, the ones who are doing the pension work for us. They must know. I would give a very small example. The Supreme Court, and I have, if only she would put up that presentation I've given. Yeah. So there are any number of judgments of the judiciary, the higher judiciary, and the Supreme Court reiterating time and again that there has been gross violation of principles of natural justice in the matter in which pensions are handled. Recoveries are made from pensions which are completely illegal in terms of the judgments of the Supreme Court. Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment in Thomas Daniel versus Kerala last week has clearly stated that there can be no recovery whatsoever from a pensioner. These have been incorporated into DOPT orders. Earlier the benchmark cases were Rafiq Masi for class 2 and class 3 employees and Chandi Prasad Unyal, on the basis of which DOPT then, so the process is something we need to expedite. Supreme Court gives these judgments where they're saying that, what you're doing is violative of natural justice, illegal. Then that comes into a DOPT circular and compendium, right? By the time that happens, some time has elapsed. Then after that, the DOPT circular must come down to you and must immediately get to the banks. I find banks are not even aware. And therefore, in the CPO, we would probably have to have something like a coordination cell, right? Where we can make sure that our banks are aware. Because clearly, I know they're probably doing some work on that. I'm also very pleased, Cham, with what you've done in terms of the matrix for the performance of banks, which you shared with us, the OM that you've issued on 19th of February 2024, where you're talking about the parameters for a pension that you would be doing. I also am very pleased to see that you have been given the right to add on these guidelines, any other area that you might think requires to be monitored. Now, if you look at the one on the facilitation and the review, it says that in the CPO, the delays in crediting pension will be monitored and the total complaints will be monitored. I would think that there we can also add this issue about how many cases have required to be taken, how many have gone to court. I remember your secretary pension sitting right now at tea and telling Mr. Somanathan that they are in contempt of the Supreme Court decision in about 150 cases. That's not good. So what we need to do is to be able to get RBI, the unfortunate thing is that the guidelines by which the banks are issuing pension and paying pension are regulated by the RBI. So what you need to do is to reconcile what the RBI guideline is saying and what the DOPT is saying, and then maybe issue your own guidelines and make sure that all the banks get them. Okay? The RBI guidelines are not okay. They say things like you can recover from the saving bank account of the pensioner concerned. And this, by the way, is a case of a pensioner. She was 75, she was a widow. And the error was not hers. It had happened 20 years ago by some PO, some overpayment error. 15 lakhs. One particular public sector bank said, I will recover. When I said, no, you can't, they said, no, the RBI guidelines permits us to recover from her account, from her husband's family account, from her dividend account. And then I remember having sent the file to FM saying this is violation of natural justice. You can recover from my account at best. You can't recover from my family pension and everything else that is there. But we need to, as I said, particularly during Amrit Kaal, we need to be a little more sensitive. So that I'm sure they'll take care of. On PFMS, permit me please, it's my, it was like, my baby, and I'm very, very fond of it. I have an emotional attachment. I see that a lot of work has been done already, and I believe that the PFMS has grown from being, as Mr. Kela said, we were just reporting on something like 20 flagship schemes, and from there, look at where it is today. It was my heart's desire to see that PFMS became the identity for the Civil Account Service. It has. I'm very, very happy to see that. It has become the identity, because I used to be so fed up. I'd go to a secretary and they would say, "Acha, PO se aayi hai?" And I would say, "Nahi, PO humse aata hai." As class one officers, hum PO ke andar thodi hai. But clearly there was no visibility of the civil accounts as a service doing good work. And I think PFMS has taken care of that. But I think what we need to do now, so starting from 2008, PFMS was created to improve efficiency of fund transfer, done. 100 रुपए में 10 रुपए नहीं जा रहा है, अब 100 रुपए में 100 रुपए जा रहा है. Provided MIS and DSS as required by PMO and Planning Commission, done. Improve transparency in financial transactions, done. Improve accountability in utilization of funds, yes, we are working on that for both the CSS and the CS scheme. And I think in that, I'm very excited by what has been stated in the third, session that you had, which was really on outcome accounting at the Chintan Shivir, outcome-based accounting for better service delivery. To my mind, the primary purpose of PFMS was improving service delivery. Mr. Keller will recall the first presentation that I made on the international conference was titled CPMS or whatever for better program delivery, for improving service delivery. And clearly that, to my mind, seems to be the kind of focus we should have in Amrit Kal, because we want that the better program delivery helps us to alleviate the issues that are harming our sections, underprivileged sections. They have talked about a lot of dashboards that are available. I believe you will need to work on coordinating with all those dashboards. You can't have PFMS doing monitoring and OMF and Planning Commission doing monitoring and XYZ doing monitoring and ministries having their own dashboard. I do agree that we are doing primarily financial, but to my mind, the usage of PFMS today is for social delivery. And for that, we must be able to have a dashboard which says it all. Which says it all. If OMF is not good enough, let them go their way. Then you need to bring in the SNA. The SNA is already providing you the ability to ensure that there is a tranche of 25% and that you cannot, unless the state level scheme has been funded by the state with their share, you cannot do anything. That is amazing. So I think you actually need to just move on the SNA module for better accountability, and maybe the CNA module for our own accounting. So that is, so far as the accountability is concerned, I think there's going to be enough discussion on PFMS anyway. One last issue, banks need to be regulated more. And your matrix which is there has to move to the next level where we are able to say if the bank is performing well, tick, 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 they get so much payment as commission. If they are there, tick, 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 no tick, then they get that much payment. That is the only way it will work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. May I request now Srimati Shoma Rai Burman, our ex-CGA. Madam, you have, in fact, the service has been thinking of the integration for a very long time with non-civil ministries as well as across various channels of governments. आपका कमेटी का रिपोर्ट अभी भी अंडर डेलिबरेशन है मैडम ऑन अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, और मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप प्लीज हमें बताएं कि इसको हम कैसे आगे बढ़ाएं और क्या चैलेंजेस हो सकते हैं जिनका हमें निवारण करना होगा. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to the CGA, to the dignitaries on the dais. It's an honor to be on such a dais. And the dignitaries in the audience, retired ICS officers, serving ICS officers, and the entire ICS fraternity. Very happy Civil Accounts Day. One was so proud to be hearing the accolades in the inaugural session, and we can see that we are actually growing by leaps and bounds in terms of reputation and delivery, which is being now recognized. Yesterday I was so happy to see in the newspapers about PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, about how it is the farmer's account is being credited. And this, when the first tranche went, I remember the humongous amount of work which PFMS and the concerned Agriculture Ministry, the portal. So it is very nice that in the public domain people now talk about PFMS, they are happy to rely on, and it's been spoken about. I just want to mention that a lot of growth is happening, but we need to go back to our strength. What the CNAG in the film mentioned, we were born out of a reform. So we were a special service. We are a young service, and right from the very beginning, we were leveraging technology and accounting knowledge. We were into SGDS, we became members, I think in 1998, if I recall, and we are still leading there. We need now to carry the entire country, all the states, at least to begin with, and the third tier. So therefore, when one thinks about, globally also, a lot of conferences, we've had experts from various global agencies. But at the end of it, after the discussion, they say, you have to find your own solution, which we are doing. For example, this question of consolidation of accounts vis-a-vis integration. So we are a federal republic, so we are not exactly subsidiary companies who will upload. So we have to have an autonomy, but we also have to have complete framework which is shared and with provision for autonomy. So I really compliment the CGA for the Shivir, the Chintan Shivir, and the thoughtful papers which have emerged out of it, and they're all very, very live, each paper, and one can feel the verve. So I'm not going to repeat a lot, but I'm just going to share my take on the approach. Yes, I would really appreciate what S.P. Rao sir mentioned about accounting being our core, that's our credential. And since we built that, there are a lot of other buildings we are doing now. So in the central government, if we have built for the states and for the third tier, I'm drawing some of the experience when in the committee, Harish, Ashish, Kalyani, we all worked on a committee for municipal local bodies to have some harmonization of accounts. And I'll just, since time is short, I'll just share the nutshell what one feels is, yes, a common framework. Firstly, the classification. The CG office has been at the forefront right from GAI committee, and we were always trying to do management accounting, adjusting the classification for the topical requirements. And then the Sundarmurthy committee, though we've not been able to achieve it fully, I understand now it is being implemented through DDGs electronically, now that we have the PFMS completely going. I just would like to slice there. We drew from the Sundarmurthy committee and made the object heads standard. We developed it a bit, and there was a very interesting committee we had in the CG office, a subcommittee of expenditure, where we had people from the railways, the defense, and the telecom, and it was a consensus. So what we decided was we would have some common objectives, because that is the input which goes into the scheme for any efficiency input output. That is very important. That needs to be standard. And possibly this needs to be replicated in the states also, because pay is pay, whether it's in, in Tamil Nadu or it's in, Punjab. So these, if we talk about the commonality, we have a huge strength there at the object head level, what we call the standard object head level. And within the object head, there can be bifurcations, like railways are using their own details about, pay of officers, and even defense have that kind of a facility. So this is the first request, and the COFOG, the functionality. Also, there's no quarrel in the center or the state or the third tier. If you look at the 11th and 12th schedules of the Constitution, after Article 243G and 243W were introduced, those are the same functions we recognize. So in the municipal local body interaction, we tried to have a concordance with our LMMHA and what they had not to disturb in the short term. So my short point is, if we can have a huge amount of coordination. It has already been mentioned. We need to have some standing arrangement for coordination vertically. I am not talking about horizontally at this moment. And in that coordination, we need to persuade, win over that function and input. At least this, the scheme part they can do, but broadly we have to have a national page where I can see that on health, this is what we have employed right till the end. This is the cash, this is cash spent and this is the input. And of course, connecting with the output, that would be, and one would come to that later, maybe outside the purview. One more thing about the classification I would request is the asset. I see that the e-asset register is being thought up in the medium term. To HP Rao sir, I would say that since we had the capacity and we had devised some ways in which we could connect the capital expenditure at the point of expenditure to the asset register, because asset registers don't get populated. So with the prowess of PFMS, if that kind of facility can be provided, then automatically we have truly the balances, asset balance, liability balance, and if this could be extended to the states, and very importantly to the huge monies going to the local bodies, the smart city, you look at the SDG also about the smart governance at the local body level. So we need to basically connect there. And in classification, I would also suggest that whatever we finalize, the rigors of the definitional rigor, like in the object head, it has been attempted, drawing out of the Sundaramurthy committee report, but the entire group sat and gave very rigorous, because otherwise buying an office car was being lumped into office expenses. So that is, it may be indicative, may not be prohibitive, at least there would be less of misclassification. The third idea in this direction is, we have a short, medium and a long-term plan. I would suggest the medium term we start now, and we say up to 2035, but we do it 2024 to 2035, because we start now talking about the horizontal, the autonomous bodies, the PSUs. We need to get them in now. So even if we don't link them right now, we need to have some legislation or some mandate to ensure that they all finish their accounts. I'm not saying that is our purview, it could be the concerned authority, but there has to be 3 to 6 months before, after closing of the financial year. It has to be submitted to the authority and published on a portal, which portal has to be hosted by a ministry. I'm just talking on the lines of the municipal suggestion we gave for local bodies. We could have Urban Soft and PFMS, so that these are all keyed in there. So the format will, they will all have to adhere to that format. And the other challenge, I think, is in time. Because concomitant, unless the state governments all do concomitant, so there we have to, HP Rao sir has very rightly pointed out the issue of a mandate here. So we need to have a mandate to have everybody conforming to this central framework in terms of classification and timelines for submission at least. And therefore I go back to the medium, what I say is that we start gradually, but we don't, we capture all the places, all this immediately, and slowly we link them in, and then we build a bigger picture. So that by medium term we can achieve it, and we need not we need to connect now to all of them. So all the preparatory work for medium term will be done in the short term and vice versa for the long term. I just want to share, because this is a typical baggage one sees in a lot of non-finance domains about, the difficulty in the chart of accounts. So actually the committee, Ashish, Kalyani, Harish, they prepared a proof of concept where they showed that it is possible. And these things are actually live. At the point of implementation, it can be done. It's no very Greek and Latin. We in this service, we should be able to lead. And devise something which is agreeable after coordinating with them. Very briefly, we've been discussing about Red to IMBER. Congratulations. There must be a lot of challenge in that. But as I said, we need to move now to green. We've been leading since 98. We need to move to green. Therefore, in the interim period, again, some kind of a plug-in. I mean, if the CNAG's office or the state, somewhere we have to have this timely consolidation, I'll say, not for the control point, but because of the timeliness and the algorithms. The elimination, all those algorithms have to be applied very, very scientifically to achieve the consolidation. Shyam, just sharing on this, that greater granularity and greater frequency, we can achieve by and by as we move. I am actually, in the last 2-3 minutes, I can see, don't want to. So my other request is that exactly what everybody on the dais has mentioned, lot of training of non-finance officers, because nothing, EBIL cannot succeed, asset register cannot succeed unless they know. And canons of financial propriety, they also have to be completely, imbued in that philosophy. Otherwise, it can never succeed. So we need to continuously work. I know INGAF is working. I know that in the ministries, the CCAs are continuously interacting and bringing up the teams, the DDOs and even the GSS secretaries. Sessions are shared about concerns at that level for orientation. Lastly, one thinks about 47. Yes, I think we have given to ourselves a beautiful adage of art, accountability, responsiveness, and transparency. This is something so attractive and unique to our service, and I think that art will help make us more and more people-centric. We need to communicate for payment systems, receipt. We need to tell people what we have paid, what we have collected, and the grievance mechanism was briefly mentioned. I won't go into that, but that is also very important for pension and payment. We need to be seen there. It's not that routinely taking a grievance and routinely it's shunted out after a month, ho gaya hai. It's not like that. So there we need to have a thing. So one would then look forward to, in the short term, on the SDGs front, we go ahead. The data gap analysis is there, and we need to go ahead there. And we have a complete, conformance with the required standard. That can be the baton we can use to, bring everybody online and persuade, train, convince, and bring them online. That is the last on this point. I just have one or two other things, is that we need to always keep everything very simple. Because a complex system is complex inside, but to the users, it's very simple. So one key which we all spoke about is unity. What the Constitution talks about, the principle of unity of the budget. Article 266, Article 114, only the route of spending has to be through appropriations. Therefore, the TSA, the SNA, the SNA-SPUR, everywhere that is actually enabling the right authority to have the right fund. So that, I think, is a great work being done. So again, I think I'll close. A lot of important advice has been given. So I wish Shyam and I wish our entire organization every success in each endeavor. Our initiatives may all, conclude into, fulfillment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Last but not the least, I would request CGA to kindly sum up the session. We have to proceed for lunch, but we must hear him. And sir, I would also request, with your permission, if we can have one or two questions after.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, after you.
After finish? Yes. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I feel very humbled, and I think I'm surrounded by all the giants, my illustrious predecessors. I feel like Pygmy today.
So I'm overweight with their contribution, what they have rendered to the service. And this was our idea basically to listen to them and to seek their wisdom and guidance, because the service indeed has evolved over the last so many years, and we have been leapfrogging. And what we have seen and what PFMS now, as some madam has stated, and I also stated, that this has become the identity and face of the service. So I'll quickly actually maybe give my quick observations. We received so much of wisdom. Hindi में जैसे कहते हैं कि सागर में गागर फिरौना, like बड़ा मुश्किल होता है एक तरीके से. So I think that we noted down all your valuable suggestions, and will certainly, I assure the August panel that I think we'll certainly work upon, and we'll continue to seek engagement with you to work upon. Mr. H.P. Rao, I think the chairperson rightly mentioned about the limitations and the constraints of integrating the accounts with the outcome. In fact, I would call output-based accounting. Rightly, sir has mentioned that it's very difficult actually to quantify the outcome. But sir, just to brief you, because I have also worked earlier as FA, that now we have an outcome budget which is presented before the Parliament. So each division actually makes up the outcomes and the measurable outputs against the sub-components of a scheme, and this is laid before the Parliament. Sorry. Earlier, there used to be an assessment also of the achievement. There used to be chapter 4 in the outcome budget, but I really don't know for what reason that has been removed. But now that the PFMS is being used and the module of EAT is now being used by the state implementing agencies, and now we are making it mandatory for the releases from the central government and the PFMS to also indicate the specific component under which the fund is released. Let's say Swachh Bharat Mission. So we have a component of toilet construction. Another component could be, let's say, solid waste management. So PFMS is now having a discipline where you'll have to maintain the component-wise releases. And with the implementing agency, now that they're operating most of them on PFMS, so it could be possible basically to lift it from the bottoms up, that how much expenditure is taking place under each component. And since the outcome budget is at the macro level for the government of India, obviously it is broken down to it flows from the specific targets set by the implementing agencies, the state level, district level. It's a tall order, but then last year, I think the budget had announced the outcome-based financing, because gone are the days now that we can release the funds merely on the basis of utilization of the funds. We need to relate the achievement of outcomes and outputs to financial progress. In fact, sir, we had done an initiative in Ministry of Urban Development by CPWD. We launched the EMB module in PFMS, wherein since there the payments are released on the basis of completion of physical progress. This was actually this direction was given in a Pragati meeting chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, and we had launched that system in urban development, which was launched by the Honorable Minister Ms. Hardeep Singh Puri, and that was one good example that you have an integrated system of monitoring both the financial and physical progress. It's doable, sir, but I do understand it has huge challenges, and we'll have to also see that, whether we can have a consolidated dashboard, because ministries are indeed having their own system of monitoring the outputs and outcomes. Coming to, I think, sir, Mr. Kala, sir, rightly, I think you have led the PFMS. I'm sure you would be certainly, I can say without any hesitation, perhaps this avatar of PFMS which has now emerged, even I think you may not have imagined when you must have initiated the PFMS, but that thanks to the entire fraternity of civil accounts organization and this talented bench of officers who are sitting here, that they made it possible. I mean, I fall short of words to express the gratitude to the entire fraternity that we have shown that, what it started off in a limited way, the CDMS, now it has become the face of the service, and we are helping the government not only in making just-in-time release of funds, but tracking the flow of the funds to the last mile, which was nearly impossible. If someone could ask maybe 10 years back, what happened to the scheme releases, where is it lying in the state, how much they have released their own state share, perhaps it was a black hole. But thanks to the PFMS, it has brought about greater visibility. So I think, sir, you mentioned about the bank. I think you also mentioned the cash management, sir. So I think I have proposed in my speech, subject to approval by the BOE, we now propose to set up a cash management cell subject to approval of the Ministry of Finance, because now we can capture the commitments, because PFMS also helps us to capture the sanction. You mentioned about sanction module, and there is a gap between the sanction issue and ultimate payment. So we can, on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, can project, because it takes around 10 to 15 days or 20 days for the sanction to transfer into payments. So we could be in a position to help the government in better cash management. And Madam, I think you have Madam gave us a very valuable insight which is risk clear. You also have been one of those founding pillars of PFMS, and you've been one of the cheerleaders. People say I'm the cheerleader, but I take inspiration from you. That I am certainly, I think, drawing inspiration from you. Madam, I've noted the caution that 70% of pension cases come before the cap, and that's the reason why we have set out that as a priority. We're working with the departments, we're working with all of you, we're developing a dashboard wherein we owe it to the people who have delivered their valuable service that we need to ensure that our PPs are issued in time. The banking fraternity is here. We're going to have a detailed banking session where we're going to request on the banks, don't wait for the hard copy of the PPO. You should be able to release the pension in the very first month of retirement. So this is a tall order, madam, but I think we are working, and I'm sure we have started now witnessing substantial progress, and this is something will certainly work. The bank dashboard, yes, we have been able to issue a kind of a metrics for the banks, wherein the performance of the private sector banks, we did that in consultation with RBI. The Department of Financial Services Secretary who's going to chair the banking session had requested us. So now that's a performance parameter on various areas, and we would encourage all the private sector banks to see to it that they rise up their performance, to see to it that they perform well as per the bank matrices, and I'm sure that will also encourage a good healthy competition between the private sector banks to compete with each other and to improve their support to the government for fulfilling its objectives. We're also thinking in terms of doing the similar matrix for the PSBs as well. Madam, I think you have rightly touched upon one of the most important area of harmonization of accounts and having integrated accounts as a way to integrate the union, the state, and the third tier of the governance. Ma'am, I remember, I think the last day of your retirement, you had submitted a very important report, and now it is actually lying maybe at the level of CNAG, and I have requested when I met him that this report has to be taken to logical conclusion. Ma'am, PFMS will be happy to know has taken some baby steps in harmonizing the budget heads for the central government with the budget heads which are used by the state government. So we have been able to map. It's very essential. Let's say in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, we release the funds under particular subhead, but we don't know whether what budget heads the state governments are using. So that exercise we have completed, but these are baby steps, madam, and I assure you that we're going to follow up. The report what you submitted is a fantastic report, and that's also been recommended by the Finance Commission. I had an opportunity to meet the current chairperson of Finance Commission, Mr. Panagriya, and he also expresses full support, and we will certainly work together. Again, it's a tall order. To get all the three tiers of governance to formulate an integrated accounts, but certainly civil accounts organization, as I mentioned in my speech, we are not shied away from setting a very high benchmark, and this also will certainly, I think, work by maybe initiating a pilot in 1 or 2 states. So this is in brief. Maybe I think I can just sum up, and yes, I think we moved from red to amber. Now I think we will work with the states also to move our category from amber to green. This is what I think I would like to conclude, and it's been a very fantastic session wherein the whole idea of getting our former CGAs and getting their wisdom, madam, and this engagement and communication will continue, and will continue to seek your guidance. But I must thank all the former CGAs for taking their valuable time and coming over here, and all the youngsters who are all present here. I hope you all listen to the valuable advice and the wisdom which you've got it from them, and I'm sure that's the level you all should aspire to achieve that professional excellence in whichever area you're working, because all the people, esteemed panel guests out here, they're the ones who've shown us the way. They're the ones who have laid the foundation of our service. It's incumbent upon all of us to take the service forward to its deserving heights. Thank you so much.
Dhanyavad, sir. If anybody wants to ask a quick question. Okay, so I'm getting messages from the audience that the question shall continue over the lunch.
Yes, we can, I think, continue engagement because now I think we already overshot the time. We're going to suppose to begin the next session at 2:15. So at least we should give 30 minutes to 45 minutes for the lunch. And maybe I'll encourage all the other officers to meet their former CGAs and engage with them and seek their guidance. That will certainly help you in advancing your career and giving your best to the service. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our panelists for such an enlightening discussion, and a special thanks to all our retired CGAs whose legacy we are carrying forward. Madams and sirs, your guidance holds immense value for us, and on behalf of the organization, I request you all to please accept a small token of our gratitude towards you. To felicitate retired CGA Shri H.P. Rao, I request additional CGA Srimati Shankari Murli to please come up on stage. I now invite Joint CJ Shri Harish Srivastav to please felicitate Shri V.N. Kela. To felicitate Srimati Archana Nigam, I request Controller of Accounts, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ms. Renuka Mani. And now I request Shri Vivesh, ACA, to please felicitate Srimati Soma Roy Burman. Thank you. We will now have lunch. For the guests sitting at the front, I request you to please join us for lunch in the atrium to my left. And for the guests who are seated at the back, please join us for lunch at the foyer, which is at the back of the auditorium. Thank you. We will, since we are running slightly late, I request all of you to please join us back at 2:30 so that we may begin with our sessions. Thank you.
ओके मैं चेक कर लूँ विवेक आ रहे हैं गेट को मारना होगा वो नीचे पहुंचने वाले हैं गेट पे चले जाएंगे गेट पे उनको फिर लंच के लिए ले जाएगा जोशी सर पहुंचने वाले हैं तो आप वीआईपी गेट पे पहुंच जाएंगे सर लास्ट वाला वो आएंगे इसी से नहीं होगा ऐसा तो आएगी नहीं आ रही संचिता मैम से कंफर्म करो आलोक सर से कंफर्म कर आलोक सर से कंफर्म कर ऋषि से होगा वहीं पे सेंटर में मैं देखता हूँ एक बार ये डायग्नोस करवा और मेरे को यहाँ तक कंट्रोल में ये किसका तुमने पूछा किसका
हेलो सर ऐसे अपना ऐसे करके PFMS आ जा रहा है।
चार्जिंग पे लगा
इसकी बेस की नहीं है। हेलो ऐसे माई की फूट की भेजी तो मगर वो वो आ रहा है नीतीश अभी मैं आना चाह गया
Hello, check.
I request all the officers to please take their seats. I request all our guests to please be seated now. All the guests in the foyer and the atrium may please be seated in the auditorium now. We are beginning with the session. All the guests are requested to please quickly settle down so that we may begin our session.
What's up?
Welcome back to the second panel discussion, the topic for which is banking interface with government for improving service delivery. It's a pleasure to have with us Shri Vivek Joshi, Director DFS, who will be chairing the session. To welcome Patel, ICS officer of the 2021 batch, to please come and felicitate, sir. Let us also welcome the Controller General of Accounts, Shri S.S. Dubey. I request Shri Aman Ranjan, ICS officer of the 23 batch, to please welcome, sir. Let's now welcome Srimati Subha Balakrishnan, CFO, RBI, and I request Shri Abhijay Pagare, ICS officer of the 23 batch, to please welcome ma'am. Let us now welcome Shri A.K. Goyal, CMD, Punjab National Bank, and I request Shri Vivek Yadav, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please welcome, sir. The session is being chaired by Shri Vivek Joshi, Secretary DFS, and will be moderated by Additional CJ ANFR, Dr. Shankari Murli. Over to you, ma'am.
Is this mic working? Mic? Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to the Secretary DFS, Mr. Vivek Joshi, to the Controller General of Accounts, to Madam Sudha Balakrishnan, and to Shri A.K. Goyal, the MD and CEO of Punjab National Bank. So welcome to the first post-lunch session, and unfortunately, like the large and complex nation that we have, even this session seems to have got into a bit of a chaos. And but this is a very, very interesting session, the panel discussion on the banking interface with the government for improving service delivery. We have with us a very preeminent panel with members drawn from key areas who happen to be institutions in themselves. First and foremost is Dr. Vivek Joshi, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, who is also a member of the boards of the Reserve Bank of India as well as the State Bank of India. An Administrative Service Officer of the Haryana cadre of the 1989 batch, Dr. Joshi is a mechanical engineer by initial training, but has gone on to do a master's and a PhD in international economics from the Geneva Graduate Institute, and thus has a bird's eye perspective on the entire banking interface in the country and in the global context as well. We look forward to hearing from you, sir. Next, we have Ms. Sudha Balakrishnan, the first CFO of the Reserve Bank of India, a chartered accountant by training. She has worked earlier as the Vice President of the NSDL, the country's first and largest depository, before joining the RBI. As the CFO of the RBI, which is a banker not only for the union and the state governments, but also a banker of the banks, she has key insights on the banking interface that we are very keen to hear, ma'am.
She is in charge of the bank's balance sheet to ensure that accounting policies and procedures comply with regulations. Ma'am will be talking to us today about the focus of the country on just-in-time releases of funds and the efforts made to reduce float and improve overall financial efficiency in the banking setup. We would also appreciate if you could hear about the retail role of the RBI, especially in the context of the implementation of the TSA, SNA, and the CNA, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Atul Kumar Goyal, the Managing Director and CEO of the Punjab National Bank, one of the largest public sector banks among the 12 public sector banks in the country. Again, a chartered accountant by training, Mr. Goyal joined initially the Allahabad Bank in 1992. Thereafter, he moved to the Union Bank as Executive Director and as MD of the UCO Bank in 2018 before being appointed as MD CEO of the Punjab National Bank in 2021. He is also the chairman of the prestigious and very powerful Indian Banks Association, and he will be talking to us about the ease of doing business from the banker's perspective, with perhaps focus on the receipt, the pension and other payments that the bank handles. And finally, we have our own luminary, Mr. Shamsundar Dubey, the Controller General of Accounts, an ICAS officer of the 1989 batch. He took over as CGA on the same day 1 year ago, on 1st March 2023. It is a year now, sir, that you have taken over as CGA, so congratulations on your successful completion of 1 year as CGA. All through this year, sir, your focus has been on the thrust areas of reduction of pension processing delays, reduction in DBT failures, and in promoting better and more robust interface between PFMS and the banks. Sir, we look forward to you sharing your concerns and suggestions on the way ahead. Welcome to the entire panel, sir. And I will just have a very short presentation to set the context before I would hand over to you, sir. Can you have the panel PPT? Could you load the PPT, please? Okay, yeah. So we
can also keep kind of, see, because the screen actually a little smaller in size. So
I will read out, so it's very short.
All right.
Next, please. So the banking interface with government, basically, as I've just mentioned, the banking system in India is very well established to serve the very large and complex requirements of this huge country of ours, to serve the credit and the banking needs of our economy. So it ensures ease of access to banking services, with each village having at least one banking outlet or a branch or a business correspondent within a 5-kilometer distance, with a coverage of 99.97% of the inhabited mapped villages across the country. So these are your DFS figures that we have taken. So under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, around 52 crore bank accounts were opened to promote financial inclusion, which talks about the scale of the problem that we are talking about. The RBI is the banker for the central and state governments, as well as for all the banks. So that is a unique position that you enjoy, madam. And with departmentalization of accounts, the ICAO has increasingly relied on the banks as our partners in taking our spread further and deeper. And both for payments as well as for receipts. And we have the Reserve Bank of India as well as 31 banks which are authorized for doing government business on agency basis, which have 12 public sector and 19 private sector banks. And there are a total of 665 banks which are integrated with our system, the PFMS, for account validation as well as for payment. And in terms of the receipts, both the direct and indirect tax gross receipts not net. Gross receipts are approximately 34.17 lakh crores, which are routed through the banks. And this is the figure up to January of this year. And in terms of the pension, the CPO, the Central Pension Accounting Office, and the banks have been working together right from the beginnings, right from the early 90s, and they have been providing prompt pension credit to 12.07 lakh pensioners. So that is really in brief the context. And sir, I would now request you to share with us your perspective on the banking interface. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and officers of Indian Civil Account Service, it's indeed a privilege and honor to be part of this Civil Accounts Day celebrations. This is my second time I am attending this day, because in my earlier avatar as Joint Secretary in the expenditure, I recall attending one such event, which was attended by the then Finance Minister, Shri Jaitley sir. So it's indeed a privilege to be here, and I would like to compliment the organization for the key role they are playing in delivery of services to the citizens in collaboration with the banks. Over the years, we have seen, the development of electronic systems that deliver dependable and accurate payment services, a modern monitoring system for tax collection and pension disbursement. Your organization has developed a robust and timely financial reporting system for the government to monitor progress in program implementation also. It is heartening to know that banks, particularly public sector banks, have been playing a crucial role in all such endeavors of the department. I am given to understand that in the morning, Finance Secretary has addressed the audience here, and I am sure that the organization must be preparing some action plan based on the guidance provided by him for ensuring greater efficiency and excellence in public service. I would like to highlight some of my thoughts here, particularly the role of government in a modern democracy. The government acts as a catalyst for economic growth, invests in infrastructure, promotes education, healthcare, and foster business development. Government, especially in our country, plays a very crucial role in alleviating poverty and reducing inequality through social safety nets, through targeted interventions, and promoting inclusive development. Efficient delivery of public services by government and achievement of objectives depend upon sound plumbing of channels. I note with satisfaction that Civil Accounts Organization, in partnership with banks, has played a significant role in improving the quality of delivery channels. Transfer of close to rupees 34.19 lakh crore as DBT is testimony to the soundness of our system. This enhances trust of citizenry in the government, and I must compliment again your organization for making this thing to happen. Friends, the key to efficient program delivery rests on the reduction of distance between the state and the citizens. Even a beneficiary in the distant corner of India should be in a position of receiving funds without any time lag and leakages. Banks have acted as a crucial partner with the governments in making this thing possible. While RBI acts as bankers to the government, commercial banks have traditionally acted as an intermediary in disbursement of government funds and receiving taxes on behalf of the government. Today, the banks play a very important role in direct benefit transfer and monitoring the flow of funds under programs. roles played by public sector banks in supporting financial inclusion in the economy has been exemplary. As commercial organizations with large customer base, they understand the customer's needs. Needless to add, their vast experience in meeting customers' needs enable them to provide scalable products in a short time around. On most occasions, they have engaged with the government in a synergistic manner with mutually beneficial results. We need to carry on with the same shared sense of purpose. The governments across the world have started deploying information and communication technologies in delivery of public services to make them accessible, efficient, and transparent. Banks have made significant investments in technology, and we must fully leverage these capacities for improving the program delivery. Friends, we are all proud of the fact that India is leading from the front in developing a digital public infrastructure that is scalable, secure, and inclusive. India's digital transformation over the last decades have been revolutionary. Today we have leveraged technology to transform governance to make it more efficient, inclusive, and transparent. As all of us know that UPI transactions have grown manyfold, and each month nearly 10 billion transactions are taking place on UPI. This is indeed an achievement for all of us to be proud of. DBT and other governance reforms have led to removal of duplicate, fake beneficiaries and plugging of leakages, as a result of which the government has been able to target the genuine and deserving beneficiaries. On account of DBT alone, the government has saved around 2.73 lakh crore rupees. Such freed up resources can be redeployed for targeting other beneficiaries. For many of them, such assistance will be life-changing. During Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra, Honorable Prime Minister had interacted with many such beneficiaries. Such stories were truly inspiring and motivating for all of us to promote us further to reach out to poorest in the most efficient manner possible. Needless to add here that Civil Accounts Organization has a very important role to play in all this. I think I will stop here and yeah.
I would now request Madam Sudha Balakrishnan to share your perspective as the central bank as well as the regulator of banks, and to talk especially about just-in-time releases of funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me for this day, and it's indeed a privilege to me to speak on the banking interface with the government and improved service delivery. That's been the topic which has been selected for discussion today. And today being the 48th Civil Accounts Day, so in 1976, consequent to the historical reform in public administration, financial administration, when the maintenance of accounts of the Union government was separated from that of audit. So what better topic could we have than the banking interface and accounting transactions to be taken up today? So in RBI we have a host of services wherein appointment of agency banks is one of the primary, we deal with them. So as per section 20 of the RBI Act 1934, it is the obligation of the bank to transact government banking. Under section 21 of the Act, it is the right of Reserve Bank of India to transact government banking business in India. However, given the limited geographical reach that RBI has appointed and entered into agreements with banks as agents at all places in India for providing banking services, having regard to public interest, convenience of banking and banking development. In 2012, with a view to enhance the quality of customer service in government business through more competition, improving customer convenience by increasing the number of customer service outlets, and broad-basing the revenue collection and payment mechanism of the governments, the policy was reviewed and it was decided that all private sector banks may also be considered eligible to handle any of the central or state government business at par with public sector banks. After a brief pause, RBI has resumed licensing of private sector banks as agency banks and has currently 33 banks. One more private sector bank has been added and one foreign, So 12 public sector banks, 20 private sector banks and one wholly owned subsidiary of a foreign bank, which has been appointed for undertaking banking transactions of the government in conformity with the rules of the central and state government and instructions issued by the CGA and CNAG from time to time. In December 15, 2021, RBI, in consultation with the Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, has decided to make Scheduled Payments Bank and Scheduled Small Finance Banks as well eligible to conduct the government agency business and to be appointed as agent of RBI upon execution of agreement with Reserve Bank of India, provided that the overarching regulatory framework prescribed for these banks is complied with. However, at present, no payment bank or small finance bank have been onboarded so far. On the retail banking business, which Madam was talking about, since the implementation of eKuber, that is the core banking solution of Reserve Bank, there has been a vast change, a sea change in the conduct of government banking business in RBI. RBI is now handling lines of government business which were earlier handled only by the agency banks before this era. Adoption of technology has changed the way public pays tax and how it travels from the agency banks to the government accounts in the bank. Technology has reduced the time taken in movement of funds from agency banks to government account, thus improving the cash management at the government's end, which was spoken before by the Finance Secretary as well. So this cash management helps in just-in-time release of payments, and the government is now able to release money only when the payment is required to be made to the last mile beneficiary, thus avoiding parking of funds outside the government accounts, resulting in savings of interest cost to the government. As we all know, the government is saddled with a huge borrowing cost or the interest cost. Now this just-in-time release of payments helps in optimizing this interest cost at the government's end. At RBI, that is DGBA, that is Department of Government Banking Division, has been constantly working on enhancing the systems integration with the governments on one hand and with the agency banks on the other hand. At present, we have 24 state governments who have been onboarded and 2 union territories who have been onboarded and integrated with the core banking solution of Reserve Bank of India for e-payments. On the central government side, the PFMS under the Office of CGA is integrated with the RBI's eKuber system for payments like Treasury Single Account, IAAA transactions, central sector schemes, IGAA, etc. Also, the Office of CGDA, that is the Defense Department, has integrated their SPUR system with our eKuber for making defense pension payments to domestic pensioners. It's only for domestic pensioners and not for those settled outside India. As far as e-receipt is concerned, currently 2 models are in use. Currently 16 state governments and 8 state governments have gone live under each of these models. The central government has recently implemented an alternate model of payment, that is the Central Sponsored Scheme SNA-SPUR, for releasing of funds under the scheme in real time as against the old system where funds were parked either with the state or with the banks or both, leading to loss of interest to the central government. This model, based on integrated framework of PFMS, state IFMIS and eKuber system of RBI, has gone live on 1st of August 2023, which was ahead of schedule. As on date, 7 state governments, that is Rajasthan, Odisha, Karnataka, Telangana, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and Assam, have gone live along with the central government. 3 state governments, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat and Bihar, are doing their development and are expected to go live soon, Most state governments are expected to join this scheme at the earliest. The Government Banking Division at RBI has also been working in collaboration with CGA and CNAG on improving the process with the aim to reduce time in compiling the accounts of the states and also making reconciliation work easy. The division has implemented a revised format of DMS, that is the date-wise monthly statement, through agency banks from August 2023. The progress has not been uniform in this regard, and we are pursuing the same with the states and with the banks where the development or the program progress has not been up to the desired level. On the reconciliation work, we have also been taking up with the agency banks and the states to reconcile old and outstanding entries, and if possible to write off these entries where the entries pertain to 2009 or before, so that we are not left with the baggage of old and unreconciled entries. As you all know, reconciliation of entries, old and outstanding entries, is very important for the accounts of the state government. Now, DGBA is also working with CNAG on early compilation of accounts of the states. In that process, it has been decided to advance the date of monthly balance transfer from the regional offices to the central account section from 11th of the following month to 5th of the following month. So the account balance would be transferred at an early date. UAT in the system is currently being carried out, and we are hoping to operationalize the same at the earliest. TIN 2.0 operationalization, which started in July 2022, has now been completed with effect from 1st April 2023, and all the banks have moved into the new system, replacing the erstwhile OLTA system, with RBI acting as aggregator, settlement bank as well as collecting bank. TIN 2.0 has been implemented on the same lines of GST, where RBI plays a pivotal role of aggregator, settlement bank as well as the collecting bank. When RBI undertakes retail transactions, it leads to faster credit to the government account, and in case of receipt and just-in-time payment, movement of funds from the government account in case of payments. And this helps in better cash management at the government level. However, many non-civil ministries are not yet integrated with the RBI systems, and we hope the non-civil ministries would also take cue from this and endeavor to join the system at the earliest. There has been a feeler that do we need more agency banks? Now, RBI appoints agency banks, as has been mentioned earlier, to handle government business. With the establishment of core banking in RBI, RBI has started playing a bigger role in the government banking and has started undertaking transactions which were hitherto handled only by the agency banks. A very large number of government banking transactions are also taking place online, where physical presence of the bank does not matter. We are still getting requests from some of the regional rural banks, small finance banks, etc., to get onboarded as an agency bank. Now, as we all know, this requires additional investment in infrastructure by the bank, security, proper systems, SOP, and HR in place, so as to enable the banks to handle this business. We have also been getting feelers from some of the banks that they are not able to recover their related expenses by undertaking the government banking business, and as such they are not inclined to invest in this business. So the agency banks may consider all these aspects before approaching RBI for getting onboarded as an agency bank. While RBI is actively engaged with the government to implement various payment receipt functionalities so as to usher in efficiency and transparency, as Secretary DFS had rightly said, into the government payment system, it must be acknowledged that promoting such efficiency requires a robust and resilient payment system backbone of scheduled commercial banks. The Office of CGA has recently developed has taken the initiative of developing a rating matrix, a performance rating matrix, to rate the performance of private sector banks, which will go a long way in incentivizing better performers and weeding out the laggards in respect of agency transactions. I believe that such kind of an exercise is also proposed for the public sector banks in consultation with RBI and other stakeholders. Now, all these initiatives and a transparent performance rating as well will make the overall payment system efficient and resilient. as these initiatives require the coordinated efforts of all stakeholders which help in achieving the desired result in turn. I would like to close the note with a small phrase. Excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere efforts, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice and not chance determines the end result. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now it is a pleasure for me to be asking Mr. Goyal to speak, because he brings the banker's perspective. And being a large public sector bank, we also have in the house the Deputy Managing Director of the SBI, but he did not wish to join the panel. So maybe after you we will hear from Mr. Sharma as well. And please go ahead and tell us about
Thank you very much, Madam. Very good afternoon to everybody. Dr. Vivek Joshi, Secretary, DFS, and other panelists, esteemed colleagues and the distinguished guests, and the officer of the Indian Civil Services. Really, it is my privilege, rather it is an honor for me to part of this 48th Civil Accounts Day celebration. And on this 48th Foundation Day of the Indian Civil Accounts Organization, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the members and the stakeholders. And I applaud the Indian Civil Account Organization for its unwavering commitment to innovate the new financial management and contribute to the significant to the nation economic development as well as the governance also. I would like to acknowledge, as Secretary Sabha has also told, the invaluable partnership between the banks as well as the Indian Civil Accounts Organization. Bank have been instrumental in supporting the organization journey by providing the essential financial services, robust infrastructure, as well as the strategic guidance. Secretary Saab has already told about the role of the banks also regarding financial inclusion and the how to improve the IT infrastructure also. So I will also tell my views about so, because I think you all will be agreed. The bank as well as the bank and the government play a very crucial role in the growth and the development of economy. Bank supports the government in the various endeavor and the initiatives. Bank, especially public sector banks, have been instrumental in promoting the financial inclusion by reaching remote and the underserved area, extending credit in the priority sector such as the agriculture, small businesses, and mobilizing the savings from the across the country. The public sector bank also supports the government welfare schemes and infrastructure development project, driving the economic growth and the social progress. And the role of the bank for transferring the money from the government account to the beneficiary, that is the one role for the, that is a part of the DBT also. And Secretary Saab also told around 2.73 lakhs have been saved, crore saved on this direct transfer money from the government to the direct beneficiary account. Otherwise, we have also heard number times ki the amount was giving 100 rupees, reaching very less amount to that. As far as digitization of the economy is concerned, because when we are talking about the transferring of the fund also, the role of the digitalization is very much, and Secretary Saab also told that bank is making the lot of investment in the technology also. So in all the banks in the India are undergoing the digital transformation phase where they have invested heavily in the digitization of the product and the services. The banking today is completely different. During 2017 to 23, India was primarily a cash economy, cash-based economy, has become now the leader in the world in real-time digital payments. If you see the total digital payment transaction involves increased from the 2071 crore in the number, it is a number not amount, in financial year 17-18 to 13,462 crore in financial year 22-23 with a CGR of the 45%. In continuation, was chairman of the panel has told, PNB has also raised its investment in building the digital capabilities, IT infrastructure, and we are leveraging the new age technology that has yielded the tremendous result of the bank. In last 1.5 years, about 85 processes and the products we have introduced in the Punjab National Bank, and we have increased our budget also. It is on the both sides Because when the amount has to be transferred from the government account to the customer account, they need account also. So it is not only one side, in each side, liability side products as well as the asset side product, and the what customer want. Customer today want three things. They want convenience, they want right price, they want the confidence. The all three area Punjab National Bank has worked, as I told you, 85 product and the services while opening of the account, while using of the digital payment system also. And I will give one example, although it is not related to that particular, but the PAPL, there is a one project. So I would like to give the example, what is the power of the digital. In June 2022, the amount outstanding was only 50 crore rupees for this PAPL. And now the customer can use this product within 4 clicks and 1 OTP, less than 60 second amount is being credited in their account. And you see the power of the digital, as I told you, June 22 outstanding was to 50, we have revamped our system, and today, within 1.5 years, more than 2 lakhs customer has used, 6,000 crore has been disbursed, and outstanding is 5,000 crore rupees. So you see the power of the digital. Similarly, therefore, the digital is not just the key strategy imperative for the bank to remain competitive and improve the ease of the doing business, but also to meet the evolving need of the customer in the increasing digital world and contribute to the Digital India initiative of the government. Digital to the government business, basically, if you see earlier, only the sum of the branches was authorized for the government business. Now, on account of the use of the technology, each and every branch is authorized to do the government business also, and they are collecting the tax, whether it is a direct, whether it is an indirect tax. On account of this, there is an improvement in the tax collection also. And not only this, the bank has also integrated the ICE Gate platform, that which is the new central board of the indirect tax and the custom, CBIC payment platform, where the customer can easily make the payment of his taxes using NEFT, RTGS as well as the internet banking. Similarly, the CKYC is also the new thing, has been improved by the government of India. By using the CKYC, you are not required to do every time your physical document for the KYC. And as on date in our bank, when we are opening any account, so we are giving by message, SMS message, CKYC number. Because if customer will not be knowing their CKYC number, they have to give the KYC document to other institution also. And not only this, we have also printed this on the passbook also. This is your CKYC number, and this is also available on the mobile app also. If they are using the mobile app, if they will get the detail of their account, so where CKYC number is also there, and CKYC daily transaction 22 lakhs. Daily KYC transaction is being done CKYC pay, and PNB ranks second in the PSB for download the CKYC. And we are using these facilities also. As far as pension is concerned, the PNB is having 6.5 lakh pensioners, which includes the pension from the defense, railway, postal, telecom, civil, along with the state government department also. And recently we have used this government business software solution. We have just come to the new solution, and on account of this, the ease of living of the pension has been done. So now pension, with timely pension is being created, timely they are getting the information. And not only this, the bank has also participated in the digital life certificate campaign, which was done by the Department of the Pensioner as well as the Pensioner Welfare. And in addition to that, banks are also providing, because I am the chairman of the IB also, doorstep banking. In doorstep banking, at the time of the November, because they are required to give the life certificate, the doorstep banking, the customer is going to their home, because sometimes there is a problem for the senior citizen to visit for the branches to submit the life certificate. So this is available through the doorstep banking also. They can, by the use of the thumb impression, if thumb impression no, the video KYC facilities is also available, and they, at that particular time, bank is not charging anything. Otherwise, there is a charge for the doorstep banking. For in the month of the November, we are freeing for giving the life certificates by the using of the doorstep banking. So this initiative we have taken from the Punjab National Bank. And other thing is the we have also introduced the pensioner lounge. 15-16 places per we have also introduced the where the pensioner can come, they can see the television, they can get the water, etc. Also, so these facilities have also been provided. And government initiative regarding the Sukanya Samriddhi account also, which encourages the parents to save the regularly bit. This also now they can deposit their amount through NEFT. Although earlier it was not available. Suppose they were not having the account in the bank, so it was difficult for the transfer. Similarly, PPF also. Suppose any customer is having the PPF account earlier, they were not in a position to transfer the fund from the other banks to the directly to the PPF account. Even some of the banks, they don't have these facilities. Now, if the customer is having a bank account in any bank, if they are having the PPF account through using the mobile banking, etc., they can direct transfer the amount of the PPF in the account maintained with the Punjab National Bank. So this is also facilities we have provided. And regarding the, although it is not related to digital, to the MSME also, because MSME is the contributing to the 29% to the GDP, 50% to the export, 12 crore customer employees, they are providing the employment also, and the 6.5 crore unit are working in the country. So we have also done the so many initiatives for the MSME. Now up to 12 lakh rupees without visiting the branch, they can get the loan facilities. Even for the e-mudra, e-mudra also we are providing mudra mein. Similarly, the street vendor maybe they can use without visiting the branches also. This facility we are providing through ESPD also. As far as GST express loan is also concerned, that we have also integrated our mobile app with the SIDBI platform also. So another thing is the agriculture also. Agriculture may we are also providing the loan to the agriculture also through Rin Kisi Tatal. That is also through the mobile app also. They are not required to visit to the branches also. Financial inclusion Secretary Sahab has also touched. As on date, we are having around 4 crore 95 lakh account where the amount is 20,000 crore rupees more than is there. Similarly, we are also enrolled in the Jeevan Jyoti mein 61, PM Suraksha may be this. So with this word, I can assure you, we at the PNB are deeply committed supporting to the ease of doing business agenda set by the Government of India. And to this end, we have now integrated the Jan Suraksha portal with the PNB One and the PNB flagship digital app and the internet banking service of the bank also. This initiative has also not simplified the enrollment and claim process, but also empowered the customer to avail themselves business themselves. The bank has also wholeheartedly participated in the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra, raising awareness about the society, social security scheme and welfare program through the outreach activity conducted Gram Panchayat and the urban local bodies. All our 6 SLBC, 112 LDM's offices successfully met with the nodal officer in the district of the respective state. Through our 76 RCTs, 175 financial literacy and 12 farmer training club, the bank tirelessly promote financial inclusion, empowering communities across diverse regions, nurturing entrepreneurs for a brighter, more exclusive world. Overall, PNB multi-phase efforts in driving financial inclusion and facility ease of doing business through innovative solution and strategy partnership stand as a beacon of progress in the banking sector. We look forward to supporting the government in its mission towards making India a developed nation by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal, for totally showcasing your citizen focus and sensitivity to the requirements of the government. Yeah. And I must mention here that when we took up the issue of the pension cases which were pending with PNB overnight took a decision at the highest levels to increase from 1 CPPC to 10 CPPCs, and we are showing a much better position. Thank you so much, and please continue to engage and lead this change. But when we are talking about the public sector banking in India, we have to listen to the State Bank of India. So please, could I get a mic, please? You can.
He can speak on the podium also.
So we have Mr. Mahesh Sharma, the Deputy MD of SBI. He requested that he should not be a part of the panel, but I'm so glad that he's going to speak. So please share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. Respected Secretary DFS and all my colleagues on the dais and everyone in the room. Actually, I had a bit of a flu and cough yesterday, so I was not very sure that I should be taking part. So that's why I excused myself out. And I think my colleague, Mr. Goel, has very aptly described all the things that we are doing. We are also like PNB, SBI, and all the other banks, of course. But SBI has got about 40 lakh pensioners. And we are also doing, pretty much all the things that Mr. Goel has talked about. So I would not like to repeat those things. One of the things which is actually the big idea in the room, that is the just-in-time mechanism. So I would just like to leave a thought out here, because I would really want the government to weigh strongly the pros and cons of leaving the banks out of such a mechanism, because the banks, as Secretary himself has aptly pointed out, the banks are very close to the customers. The banks are able to deliver good value to the customers. They are able to follow up very well. They are close to the customers. And, in all the things like pension payments or direct benefit transfers, you will find that customer will be able to walk into a bank branch much easier than to get in touch with a central agency somewhere. Or even if the bank is not involved in this whole payment process and only acts as a last minute, recipient of the funds on behalf of the customer, then it would be very difficult for the bank to service the other needs of the customer with respect to that particular benefit or the particular transfer. So that is one of the things that may happen. I am sure that the just-in-time mechanism is a very good way of efficiently using government funds, but I think the same thing can be achieved by shortening the period which funds are lying with the banks. So today, if the transfers are happening quarterly, it could happen at a shorter interval, at shorter intervals, and exactly, according to the need of that particular payment for a particular month or a particular fortnight also. But still, I think having the banking system involved would probably benefit the society and the customers at large. And of course, the larger population of people who may not really be banking customers in a big way, but who get occasional transfers in terms of direct benefit transfer, etc., they will also be benefited from this particular approach. So that is something which I would like to place on record, and would like to request the government to consider actively. And as the Secretary has also said, we have spent a lot of money in innovation, in putting infrastructure for all these, for whatever we are doing along with the government. And I think that with all the banks involved and all the banks putting their innovative ideas, we would come up with better ideas, more and more better ideas as we go ahead, rather than if we were to focus all that in one agency. So that's something which I would like to place here for consideration. Otherwise, I think, as Mr. Goel has already very lucidly explained how the banks are going about serving the customers and also the government, who is one of our biggest partners in terms of business. So I would like to conclude my statement here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for putting forward the bank's perspective, especially that of the State Bank of India. Now I request the Controller General of Accounts to indicate the challenges, constraints, and the way ahead for the banking interface.
Thank you, Shakri. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank Secretary DFS, Mr. Vivek Joshi, Madam Sudha Balakrishnan from RBI, and Ms. A.K. Goel from PNB, who have taken their valuable time, spared their valuable time to attend this very important session on the interface with the banks. As the responsibility of CG organization is to have a constant dialogue with the banks, and we are the ones who are involved in the interface with all the banks who are engaged in common business. So we felt this could be the session wherein we could discuss the issues pertaining basically to three areas: the DBT payment failures, making of the pension payments in time, and also receipt of the scrolls. So I'll not take much of a time. As I said, I am one of the panelists who had the privilege of listening to the valuable guidance given by all my colleague panelists. But I'll just quickly like to highlight some of our quick major concerns, which I'm sure the banks, we've been engaging with standing audit committees, but I think this could be a good forum to let you know. I think we need to address the DBT payment failures. This is something which is, even if it's 1 or 2%, in terms of numbers, it's quite huge. And the challenges which have been, I think, regarding the delay in debit credit responses. So the banks are requested to promptly send the responses to PFMS, which in turn shared with the Ministry's department. The transaction failures, have been close to 1.93%, which we've been engaging with the banks to reduce it. The avoidable returns need to be addressed. The reasons could be that the Aadhaar number not mapped to the account number, account close, account hold expired, invalid account type. Well, these are the reasons actually which are avoidable, and which the banks are expected to address so that the payment failures are reduced to a large extent. De-seeding of the Aadhaar with the bank account has been one of the major reasons, but I'm very pleased to inform that we have been able to establish now an interface with NPCI, where this database is going to be shared on a real-time basis, and that is also being now tied up. I think Department of Ministry of Petroleum has already done the tie-up. The other ministries also doing it. This will ensure that the 70% of payment failures on account of de-seeding of Aadhaar, I think, is going to be addressed in a large manner. And there have been some delays in account validation also experienced, which I'm sure the banks have taken note of. In addition to that, the recent initiatives which we have undertaken, as Secretary DFS has mentioned, that I think now we are trying to basically have a performance metrics. We have already issued for the private sector banks, because it was felt that on the financial inclusion areas, the private sector banks were found wanting. This is one area which they need to take a leaf from the public sector banks, and we may be even thinking of having a minimum passing criteria. That is to say that the lowest score in the financial inclusion will not suffice. You will have to pass that minimum benchmark. And I'm sure the idea is basically to encourage you to fulfill the government priorities of not only financial inclusion, but also ensuring that the payments are released in a timely manner to the customer. And as Madam rightly mentioned, the customer experience ultimately is the overall objective, which I think we all should be collectively working upon. In pensions also, we have been interacting, our Central Pension Accounting Office have been engaging with the banks. It has come to my notice that the first credit of the pension to the pensioners also gets delayed sometimes in some cases, and this we need to bring it down. Some banks are still insisting for the receipt to the manual PPOs. We have been repeatedly reiterating advice to all the banks that you need not wait for the manual PPO. You can straight away credit to the pensioner on the basis of soft EP. Otherwise, the very purpose of digitization is defeated. Then there are also issues about the receipt of the pensions, from the departments. So that also we're developing a dashboard. My colleague here, who's sitting in Central Pension Accounting Office, Madam Deepika, has been coordinating with all the banks, and I'll request you all to please kindly use this dashboard not only to look into the pensioners' grievances, because we owe it to all the retired pensioners who have given their valuable service to Government of India, that their pensions are credited in time, their pensioners' grievances are also redressed in time. So I'm sure with your support, we should be in a position to streamline the payment of pensions, and the first credit of pension ideally should be there 100% to be done within first month of retirement. In addition to that, I think there have been some issues about delays in receipt of scrolls. My colleagues, Principal CEC and CBEC and CBDT, they are engaging with the banks.
And I will again request you all that please kindly ensure that the remittances of the receipts collected by you all are done in time, so that we all ultimately work together to the ultimate objective of prompt remittance in government account and prompt payment. This is all I would like to say, because of shortage of time, Secretary DFS has to leave for a meeting, Madam has to leave for a flight. Actually, the previous sessions actually got exceeded, and now we're going to have another session on SNA-SPUR. So I take this opportunity to thank all my co-panelists for coming over and attending this very important session. And Madam, we've been engaging with you all, and I've been engaging with Secretary DFS. I'm thankful to him that he has just suggested to me that whenever you have any DBT or any payment related issues, he has given his unconditional support to me, and that's a great matter of strength to civil accounts organization. So let's all work together to ensure that the payments and the customer experience is ultimately should be the goal and the objective, and all the payments, whether it's a DBT payment, it's a pension payment, they all are made in a seamless, efficient and a timely manner. Thank you so much.
Banks are indeed an invaluable stakeholder, and I'm sure the audience members will agree that this has been an enriching experience. Thank you to the panelists and the chair. And before our chair and our guest panelists leave, I request you to please accept a small token of our gratitude. To felicitate Secretary DFS, I request Joint CGA, Srimati Tripti Patra Ghosh, to please come up on stage. I now request Joint CGA, Shri Satish Jadhav, to please felicitate Srimati Sudha Balakrishnan. I now request Shri NP Singh, ACGA, to please felicitate Shri AK Goyal. Thank you to the chair and the panelists. We will now be continuing with the momentum of these discussions and moving on to our third panel discussion. We will have the high tea post this session. The guests who are seated at the back of the auditorium, I request you to please move forward. I'll get the swatch. I request all our guests in the foyer region to please come up and take their seats at the front of the auditorium. All the guests who are sitting in the foyer may please join us in the front of the auditorium.
हेलो ऑडियो चेक 1 2 3 आ गया बस। अब मेरा वीडियो भी दिख रहा है आपको? हम हेलो हेलो हाँ आ रहा है, वीडियो आ रहा है। वीडियो आ रहा है आपका? वीडियो आ रहा है लेकिन हमें लोग मत दीजिए इस वीडियो का।
I request all our guests to please remain seated so that we may begin with the next session. All the guests may please remain seated.
मेरा वीडियो अभी आपको आ रहा है।
Our panelists are already here.
वीडियो अभी बन रहा है आपको? हाँ, ऑडियो वीडियो दोनों आ रहे हैं। वाला फीड जो है ना, इस पे मत दीजिएगा मुझे, बीसी पे फीड वापस हमारा मत दी, लूप बैक मत दीजिएगा। ये लोकल में दिखा दीजिएगा हमारा फीड जो है ना इनको, बीसी का।
हेलो, बोलो आप।
Chief Secretary. He's a panelist. Huh? He's a panelist. But he's joining online.
Panelist joining through VC.
Look, senior officers को पहले बता देना. Special Secretary, EC, बस ये दो लोग. ये आप Special Chief Secretary ना. सबको एक बार बोल दीजिए जो पीछे बैठे ना वो आगे आ जाए. ठीक है, बोल दिया क्या?
Let me start marching. You don't look back. See, if you can go out.
Hello. Yes,
I
yes,
think
it's
we should
audible.
just
अभी मैं क्या म्यूट कर दूं अपना माइक?
Good afternoon. This is from Chhattisgarh. Special.
Good afternoon. Uh, Suresh Tripathi, Special Secretary, Finance Department, Odisha.
We will be beginning with the panel discussion shortly, as our panelist ASPF states will be joining us. Welcome back, everyone. We now move on to the third panel discussion on a very contemporary topic, PFMS as an aid to cash management and data-driven governance with focus on SNA-SPUR. Let us now welcome our panelists. The panel is being chaired by Secretary Higher Education, Shri Sanjay Murthy, and I request Shri Karan More, ICS OT of the 23 batch, to please welcome sir. Let us also welcome the Controller General of Accounts, Shri S.S. Dubey, and I request Shri Deepak Gupta, ICS OT of the 21 batch, to please welcome sir. Let us also welcome our third panelist, Additional Chief Secretary Rajasthan, Shri Akhil Arora, who has joined us through VC. Let us now welcome Additional Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Dr. S.S. Yadav, and I request Shri Shlok Vaikar, ICS OT of the 21 batch, to please welcome sir. I now request Shri Karan More, ICS Officer of the 23 batch, to please welcome Joint CGA, Shri H.K. Srivastav. I also take the opportunity to welcome all the senior officers who have joined us from various state governments, including Ms. Sheetal Shashwat Verma, Special Secretary Chhattisgarh, and Mr. Ravi Kota, ACS Finance from Assam. Welcome to all the officers who have joined us from the states. The panel will be moderated by Shri Alok Ranjan, Additional CGA PFMS. Sir, over to you.
Very good afternoon, everybody. This session may be coming at the end of the day, and this is the third technical session that we are having. But that does not undermine the importance and relevance of this topic I'm very sure that this is actually going to arouse a lot of curiosity because this is a new thing being tried out in a few states only right now with only 6 schemes, centrally sponsored schemes. In the days to come, we are going to cast the net wider, but till that time, many of the other people who are not involved in this, they are not aware of the nuances, the contours of this. So this may be a very enriching, very educative session, and I am very confident about it. I would like to briefly mention about the major cash initiatives in recent times that PFMS has been taking, TSA being the first one for autonomous bodies, followed by SNA, CNA, which has helped reduce the instances of idle parking of fund. As a natural progression to that, we now have SNA-SPUR, and this is the latest cash management modality that we have created, which is the most evolved mechanism of ensuring zero float and just-in-time release from both Consolidated Fund of India and Consolidated Fund of State, ushering in an opportunity of substantial savings, resulting in a major effective debt management. With that, I would like to request Harish Srivastava to make a presentation first so that we understand where do we stand as far as final pilot implementation of SNA-SPUR is concerned.
Thank you, sir. So, distinguished panelists, senior officers, and friends in the audience. So, as sir said, for past 2-3 years, Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance has been taking various initiatives of cash management. And now SNA-SPUR, we may say it's a grand culmination of this cash management initiative in the sense that after targeting the budget component of assistance to autonomous bodies, central sector schemes, now the centrally sponsored schemes having a budget of around 4.76 lakh crore is also being brought under just-in-time release system. So I request to just begin my presentation. Please load. So it's a system to enable just-in-time releases under centrally sponsored schemes, and very significantly, it provides a cash management tool to both center and states. This is a one cash management initiative which is a win-win situation for both center and states. It is being operated through a tripartite integrated network of PFMS, State FMS, and eKuber. This is being run on pilot basis in a few states, and the basic premise of selecting a state was the state having a robust IT system which can seamlessly integrate with eKuber on the one hand and PFMS on the other hand, and which can operate various types of state-of-the-art APIs to exchange various set of files, claims, notifications, etc. So it's an end-to-end API-based digital framework, and it's digitally signature sign-based, very secured, and it has a comprehensive audit trail, and very significantly, since it's a paperless between center and state, it also has a e-reconciliation mechanism inbuilt into it. Next. Now, just to briefly summarize the workflow of this system, it starts with issuing of e-assignments, issuance of mother sanction. So the assignments for a particular release is communicated to the state FMS from PFMS in the form of e-mother sanction. That is the first event which takes place in the SNA-SPUR. Next. And after that, 5 events take place. So first, once we receive the claim, digitally signed e-claim from State Treasury, then please click 2-3 times next slide so that the whole thing appears. So once we get a claim file digitally signed from a State Treasury, then the system configures the central state sharing pattern, and it generates a daily sanction on the basis of the claim. And that on the basis of the daily sanction, our payment and accounting units releases central share to state governments, and the debit notification and the credit notifications related to these exchanges of fund, it triggers, next slide, it triggers the claim file completely pushed to the e-Kuber from state treasury, and in the final event, the whole payments are released to the beneficiaries. So next. So as we can see, the end result is we are getting digitally signed e-claim file from state treasury to PFMS, and on that basis of that amount of the claim file, the central share is released and payments are directly released by RBI to bank accounts of beneficiaries. Next. Now, this means that for every claim arising in a state panchayat or in a state tahsil under a state scheme, SLS, under a CSS, there is a just-in-time release of central and state share and directly to beneficiary. So bulk release is completely eliminated, and as we can see, it is just-in-time release not for the central government, but also for the state governments on the basis of each claim received by them. Next. Now, the current position of this pilot, we have phase 1 and phase 2. Under phase 1, these are the states which have been taken on pilot. In phase 2, there are 4 more states. And these are the 6 schemes which are being chosen as pilot schemes of different ministries and departments. Next. Now, I'll take 1 minute to just tell the audience that this has not been without challenges. We had to overcome various challenges associated with the accounting issues and also reconciliation issues, because now we are making payment against a claim arising in the state government. So they wanted flags for treasury and sub-treasury for their complete accounting reporting to the AGs. Then we wanted one nodal point in state treasury to work as the single one-stop contact person for PFMS, contact point for PFMS. So there came the concept of central accounting unit, a concept of cyber treasury, and which the guiding light was provided by Rajasthan and Karnataka. And then the system of mapping of receipt of central releases under all those 1601, the receipt of the state governments, all these were configured in the system while developing it. Next. We also had a few challenges of indicating the state-wise allocations, because now states would like to know to what extent I should honor the claims arising from the ground and to what extent central share would be released. So we have provided these facilities, flags for gross, net and top-up, because for top-up central share is not applicable. So we had to provide these 3 distinct flags in that. We had to configure a e-reconciliation mechanism in this. We had to configure components capturing, because against one CSS there are many SLSs, and then under one SLS there are many components. So it may be possible that we are honoring claim of one component under one SLS under a CSS. So this kind of component configuration was also done. And then on the demand of a state, we had developed the tags for agency code, agency name added in the payment file, so that they can have information, detailed information on the agency to which the payments are going. Then we had developed a state-wise monitoring tool. Now, if I summarize the progress of the pilot so far, all phase 1 states have been onboarded. Rajasthan, Odisha, Karnataka, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand. All have completed the development, testing, they have started payment transactions, except Jharkhand, which has completely developed everything, but it yet to begin the payment transactions. Under phase 2, various states are at various level of development. Assam is leading into that. It went live on 20th February. Andhra Pradesh may be the second state to be onboarded under phase 2. Gujarat and Bihar will take 1 or 2 months to be onboarded. Next. Now, all of us can easily guess the advantages accrued out of such landmark initiative: better cash management by both center and state, flexibility in budget execution for both center and states. Recently, we have witnessed that the ministry department, particularly the drinking water and sanitation, they have reduced the mother sanction in between depending on the pace of expenditure of the states. That means it provides the maneuverability of the budget execution to central ministry and also to the states in that matter. Considering that it's a paperless completely digitalized system. It has its own natural digital dividends like efficient payments, transaction level monitoring, and then comprehensive audit trails. Next. Now this is the position of issuance of merger sanctions. All ministries have issued merger sanctions for all pilot states. So all states are ready to begin the payment transactions, except Jharkhand also, yes, merger sanction for Jharkhand has also been issued by RUSA. Next. Now if I summarize the payments done by, if I consolidate the payments done by all states across all schemes which have been onboarded, this is the position. Rajasthan, Odisha, Karnataka. The blue bar indicates the sanctions issued, merger sanction issued, and the orange bar indicates the payment made against the merger sanctions. Now, as we can see, Rajasthan is leading, followed by Odisha and Karnataka. This bar chart also indicates that in the pre-SNA-SPUR system, we would have released cash to the extent of the heights of blue bar, but in the SNA-SPURs, the actual cash outgo has been to the extent of orange bar, which is much less than the total amount. So, way forward, if I summarize, we would like to, this pilot has demonstrated that the system developed by PFMS and state is a robust one, fully stabilized. It's a matter of great satisfaction to know that so far we didn't have any technical glitch in processing any claim file arising from any state governments, and onboarding of new SSS in next financial year, depending on the approval given by the Department of Expenditure. And then we will also consult states regarding onboarding of new schemes on this. And broadly, SNA-SPURs may cover majority of the CSS and at least 20 states in next year. So thank you very much. This was a brief presentation. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Harish, for a very crisp presentation capturing the status of pilot implementation of SNA-SPUR in the 10 pilot states. Before I request the panelists to give their inputs, I would like to briefly introduce them to the audience. But even before that, I would like to mention that we are missing our finance secretary here in this session, because the session was originally scheduled to be chaired by Finance Secretary Dr. T.V. Somanathan. But unfortunately for us, sir is busy with some urgent matters and he could not make it. Finance Secretary has been the person who had the early vision to have this innovative cash management system in place. And he has completely committed himself to ensure that the pilot implementation of SNA-SPUR in 10 states is completed during the current financial year. I would like to welcome the chair of this session, Mr. Sanjay Murthy sir, who is Secretary Higher Education, and he has taken initiative in trying out the ambitious scheme of Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan, facilitating the SNA-SPUR for pilot states. Sir, I would like to hear from you the experience, challenges and suggestions for further improvement. Our Controller General of Accounts, Mr. Shyam Dubey, has always been passionate about anything pertaining to PFMS, and he has paid special attention to SNA-SPUR by making visits to a few states to see the actual implementation and the constraints being faced. He, at his level, has regularly been monitoring this pilot and guiding PFMS team in resolving the issues being faced by the 9 ministries and states. Welcome to the panel discussion, sir. Mr. Akhil Arora, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Rajasthan, was supposed to be on the dais with us, but he could not make it. But good thing is that he is available on the web and we are connected to him. He is one person who has led from the front as far as Rajasthan is concerned. They have paved the way for this pilot to happen. And they have also shared their experience with other states, other pilot states who are in the process of implementing this scheme. We look forward to hearing from him his experience of implementation of SNA-SPUR, the pain points, and the suggestions of further improvement. Our Additional Secretary, Mr. Sajjan Singh Yadav, has been a friend, philosopher, and guide to the entire PFMS team in this journey, who has all along been in touch with all the states to ensure timely implementation by engaging with all the stakeholders and having a regular monitoring meeting. I welcome you, sir, on this panel. We also have, in this particular session, we also have many officers who are connected online with us, and they will also be interacting. I would like to mention them who are there, and I'm expecting from them a lot of feedback, comments, suggestions. We have with us Mr. Vishal Kumar Dev. He is Principal Secretary Finance from Government of Odisha. Apart from him, we have Ms. Sheetal Verma, Special Secretary, Chhattisgarh. Mr. Ravi Kota, ACS Finance, Assam. Mr. Shamsher Singh Rawat, Special Chief Secretary, Finance, Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Mukesh Lal, he is there with us in person. He is from Bihar. He is Special Secretary, Finance. Mr. Ramesh Gholap, Joint Secretary, Jharkhand. Mr. Vishal, Secretary, Fiscal Reforms. Mr. Ramkrishna Rao, Special Chief Secretary, Telangana. Mr. Bhavya Verma, Deputy Secretary, Gujarat. Ms. Sudha Balakrishnan, ED, she was with us. Unfortunately, we could not hold her here. She had a flight to catch. So we will be taking it up with RBI because we are sure we are having many of the issues relating to RBI, and we are going to have a meeting very soon under the chairmanship of Finance Secretary. So we will be taking up those issues relating to RBI at that time. But during this session, Mr. Indranil Chakravarti, CGM, is joining us on the web. We will be, however, taking up issues relating to RBI in a meeting that is going to be taken by FS very shortly. So with that, sir, now, first of all, I would like to request Mr. Sanjay Murthy to share his experience of starting and onboarding the RUSA program that you have, sir, in your ministry, and the challenges, if at all you have faced any. We would like to listen to your views.
Thank you so much, Alok. Shyam Dubey, my colleague, and the CGA, Sajjan Yadav, the Additional Secretary Expenditure, Alok, and other panelists present today, online and offline, and participants to today's panel discussion. Before I come to Sparsh, I'd just like to briefly recapitulate the power of the PFMS system. I think it was introduced somewhere in 2021, and I think we were right into the thick of things when this was announced. The entire pain of transferring the interests of the state governments which had accrued there back into the account, putting it in that SNA, was truly a learning experience for all of us. And I should commend the staff of CGA and led by Sajjan Yadav sitting here, who always responded to any of our calls, even at midnight, to see that we have this running in place. To give you some statistics, I think we had something like a float of around 3,000 crores just on one scheme. This was just before SNA system started. Now you currently have a float of around just 600 crores. And this visibility is there across states. Everybody can see. Anyone who's applying for a release of a grant, I don't need to see it. They can see it themselves. The FA can see it himself. Everyone across the system is seeing it. There's no duplication of cross-referencing being done. The system throws up those figures. It saves immense number of time and man hours in just recrossing these figures. Now, once that is done, they launched another one called SPUR, in which we are party to, and I think we've launched it in some states, led by Rajasthan and Orissa. The amount of mother sanction that we gave is quite small. It's around 128 crores. But against that amount also, we could see that there's an expenditure around 30-40 crores happening as on date. Now, that again gives me a clear visibility as to what is the type of saving that I'm going to entail in the next 15 days or in this month itself, enabling me to reposition the resources that I have within the norms that the expenditure allows us to do. And I'm telling you, this is one of the major reasons, looking at the visibility of cash available in the respective state governments, we were able to redeploy resources looking at the expenditure, potential expenditure that states could do to ensure that we had these things much well in advance reappropriated to other heads. And I can tell you that was a major reason for ensuring that we could do all our capital works. And I'm telling you, just last week, Honorable PM inaugurated more than 13,000 crore worth of projects which were completed, and all of them were having funds in line, in place, because we could redeploy these sources which were not going to get used at that point of time for completing existing projects within the envelope that the Ministry of Finance gave us. So I say that this is no mean achievement to ensure good financial management and project execution both. Internal efficiencies for office functioning, nothing more to be said than the type of transparency that it provides. Only a couple of suggestions. I think there are a lot of things as you do. It's a homegrown product. You don't have a simple SI agency doing this for you. It's your own officers who are doing this. So obviously we do understand, and you will need to keep creating new patches or new additions to whatever the user client has. But I could gladly say the experience has been quite good, and I think you will hear it from the states later on. But the amount of work that we did for the SNA and PFMS job, I think that much of effort wasn't required at my level for doing SPUR. And my principal CCA, Bhupal and Sanjeev, who are there in the thick of these things, will validate that point, that the rollout of SPUR has been much more smoother, much more organized, and giving enough space to state governments to adapt to the new system. Why I say that is because I haven't got much, a reaction or a suggestion from the states to intervene for any such type of matter. So I am presuming that they were comfortable in this rollout. So this is the experience that I had to share, and I really commend the effort of the CGA and his team and the Ministry of Finance for rolling out such a visionary initiative which will not only help state governments but across the board, whoever is there in administration and dealing with finance and implementing schemes, I'm surely going to benefit from this. We wish all their endeavors the very best, to hope for a more robust and appropriate mechanism for the use of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your kind words about officers of our service working tirelessly in PFMS, led by CGA under the guidance of Ministry of Finance. We have achieved this win-win kind of a situation where the advantages are both for the central government and the state government as far as SNA-SPUR is concerned. We have challenges also because it's a new thing being tried out, and I have been to a few states. One of that is Rajasthan. I would like to know from Mr. Akhil Arora, Additional Chief Secretary, because when I was visiting Rajasthan, I met his team, interacted with them, and we have come across many of those issues which I would like to hear from him in this session. And maybe we can take the views of others also from the states, because states are one of the main stakeholders. Their issues, concerns that we could address. I would like to request Ms. Arora now from Government of Rajasthan to say a few words and talk about the constraints, challenges and suggestions, if any you have.
Very good afternoon to panelists and participants. At the outset, I would like to convey my best wishes to the fraternity on Civil Accounts Day. I would also like to avail of this opportunity to convey our gratitude to Ministry of Finance, CGA, and RBI. And this is, I would like to talk in three layers, the way the progression happened as far as our state integrated financial management system is concerned, the support which we got. Even when I talk of our integrated financial management system in isolation, there also we received a lot of support from Ministry, CGA and RBI, because initially we were plugging up e-Kuber, getting e-vouchers, the complete automated system for financial management system for our state-run schemes, our salaries, our pension. There was a huge requirement of support, mentoring and guidance coming from the side of Ministry, which I am happy to say we were receiving on real-time basis. When PFMS SNA system was introduced for centrally sponsored schemes, it was very easy for us to convert and take the lead, because then again, understanding our point of view and supporting us fully, wholeheartedly, Ministry allowed us what was known as option 4, where there was a seamless plug-in between PFMS and IFMS of the state. And as Secretary Sir has also just mentioned, when we migrated to SNA-SPUR, it was a very easy transition for us because all the building blocks were already in place. Now, having said that, naturally there are certain teething issues which we have been highlighting, and again I am very happy to say the kind of support which is coming for resolution of such issues is humongous. The moment a meeting between RBI, NPCI and Ministry and CGA takes place, I am sure the remaining teething problems or areas of concerns would also be addressed. Some of the very major yet easy to resolve issues are linking of Aadhaar enabled payment gateway as a backstop to bank account based payment system through e-Kuber. That will help us in achieving greater success rates for any kind of fund transfer. Also, the issue which was highlighted regarding efficiency and transparency from the perspective of fund management and resource reallocation, other than only taking care of cost benefit coming out of prevention of idling of funds. There also the kind of flag movement, the communication between systems which is required on real-time basis needs to be further fine-tuned, which I am sure, looking to the way teams are supporting us, would be achieved in no time. I would also take this opportunity to slightly maybe broaden the scope of discussion, or maybe even at the cost of digression, highlighting certain other things. Starting from the point and highlighting the kind of quantums which we are dealing in our integrated financial management system, to highlight how a collaboration between PFMS and IFMS has been very robust, and I don't foresee any problems in a complete rollout of SNA-SPUR. Today also we are taking care of transactions worth more than 2.5 lakh crore rupees per annum through our integrated financial management system, out of which around 30,000 odd crores are plugged through PFMS. So when we convert all the CSS also on SNA-SPUR, the combined power of IT systems of IFMS, PFMS and e-Kuber, I am 100% sure is sufficient to ensure successful rollout. But when we go for transition, what we also need to do is to improve upon the regulations pertaining to change management. The role, the mandate, the way in earlier regime things were done in relation to audit, accounting, UCs, everything needs to undergo a change. In Rajasthan, we are completely revamping our treasury manual, the way treasuries function, so that our IT systems and our regulations are completely in sync. In such a scenario, when we plug in our different budget heads, both from consolidated fund of union government and state government onto treasury, onto e-Kuber system, what we also require is a similar plug-in for PD accounts. In our upcoming version of integrated financial management system, we are onboarding all grassroots democratic rural and urban institutions, municipal bodies and Panchayat Raj institutions also onto IFMS, whereby even transactions being undertaken by them would be converted into a just-in-time kind of a scenario. Parallelly, when we go for converged schemes where there is a convergence coming from CSR, local area development funds, DMFT, MPLAD, MLAD, state scheme funds by way of a top-up to CSS. All these things together can be equally easily managed through this SNA-SPUR kind of a linkage between RBI, IFMS and PFMS. So there again we would be requesting Ministry and CGA's support so that for these kind of convergence-based schemes, again we can leverage the same infrastructure and have right kind of validation checks. Another support which I would be very closely looking and working with the Ministry and CGA and again RBI and NPCI both is to empower our clientele further by way of having e-coupons where we provide them with a choiced procurement in relation to DBT. Right now e-rupee, which is a very major breakthrough in this direction, also required to seamlessly plugged in with our validation engine, and also as everybody can appreciate in case of e-rupee also banks expect 100% advance before releasing e-rupee, which also results into a similar kind of idling of resources. The financial management there also need to be brought in just in time. So we need to again play around with this instrument, which is a very powerful initiative of Honorable Prime Minister, and plug it into this whole issue of e-Kuber, NPCI, PFMS and IFMS plugin. So my request would be if Rajasthan can be again taken by way of a pilot for this, setting up this template.
Thank you.
Just before I conclude by again conveying my gratitude, last thing which I would request again by way of a slight digression, the template set by Ministry of Finance and CGA for ensuring this kind of a plugin. Similarly, for our workflow management engines pertaining to various ministries and various departments, if a similar focal point could be created, because initial point for any kind of fiscal management is the workflow. In some places, we have been able to successfully ensure seamless plugin through APIs between our workflow engine of the concerned department and that of a ministry. In remaining places, if similar structure of a single focal point could be created, and if other ministries and departments can take a cue from what Ministry of Finance has been able to do, and if CGA can also sort of handhold us there, we'll be that much more grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arora. In fact, you have laid a road ahead for us. When you spoke about linking up Aadhaar-based payment by way of integration between NPCI and e-Kuber, this is something that is definitely one of the agenda items that we will be taking up with RBI. Because till that time we have this integration, we would not be able to transit all these DBT payments on this platform that has been created. But apart from that, the trinity that you mentioned of PFMS, IFMS and e-Kuber, the variety of ways that it could be panned out, that is something of way ahead for us. So thank you for your valuable contributions, your suggestions. We welcome those things because we have to work on the wider spread that we are trying to contemplate. Now, I would like to request Mr. Vishal Dev, Principal Secretary Finance, Government of Odisha, to give his inputs and suggestions. I was there in Odisha state also, and that is another very agile team that I interacted with, and they are also taking this initiative forward. In many ways, they are a close follower of the initiative taken by Rajasthan. So I would like to hear from Mr. Vishal Dev, Principal Secretary Finance, Government of Odisha. Mr. Vishal Dev. Okay, I think it may take some time for him to get connected with us. And meanwhile, may I request Sheetal Saraswat, Special Secretary, Chhattisgarh.
Good afternoon, everybody. Namaskar, I am Sheetal Saraswat, Director, Institutional Finance and Special Secretary, Finance Department from Chhattisgarh. Sir, a very warm afternoon to Sanjay Murthy sir, Secretary, Higher Education Department, Government of India. A very big thank you to SS Dubey sir for visiting Chhattisgarh with his team, ma'am, Harish Srivastav sir, Shailen Sachdeva ji, and also all the dignitaries present on the dais and the state government senior officers joined in the meeting. So from Chhattisgarh, I would like to continue in very short points what Arora sir just now mentioned. Sir mentioned about having some teething problems. In Chhattisgarh, those teeth were quite big. So sir, in Chhattisgarh, what we had to handle was, there were three main pillars: the PFMS, the state FMS, and the e-Kuber. The PFMS was very well prepared for taking this thing on, though they were doing it as and when the requirement from the states came on the basis of actual transactions that were taking place, and they were improvising upon it. e-Kuber was also blessed to have the RBI's technical team behind it. Now that leads us to discussion on the third pillar that we had, our state FMS. Our state FMS is still in the stage of upgradation, sir, and hasn't been up to date or at the level that Rajasthan or Odisha enjoys. In fact, we have done a lot of peer learning also. Apart from contacting the PFMS head office, we have contacted Rajasthan and Odisha a lot of times to learn what they have been doing. I would give a big thank you to my treasury team also, the NIC team also, for taking it up. And I would also like to point out, sir, that in the chart, in the bar diagrams where there were blue and orange lines, the Chhattisgarh's orange line wasn't visible, but it exists. We have been successful in passing two bills, one for RUSA and the other for PM Abhim, sir. So that puts two feathers in our cap. Coming to some of the teething problems that I was mentioning, sir, apart from our treasury system, I would like to mention that having a budget provision for the scheme is a big challenge for us. Sometimes the central ministries indicate their willingness to provide the funds, whereas the state budget has already been passed and is not equipped to handle the amount that is being mentioned. So I have requested this earlier also, and would like to request again that if something could be indicated at the start of the year, we could handle it in our main budget or in our supplementary budgets well in time. Second point was, sir, regarding the DBT payments that sir had said, the Aadhaar-enabled payments. Sir, in Chhattisgarh, we are right now handling the Mehtari Vandan Yojana, which is a state DBT scheme in which already 70 lakh women have applied to be the beneficiary. and there are huge queues in front of the banks where they have the account for Aadhaar seeding. I know this was not the time for Aadhaar seeding. The banks have been requesting people to get their accounts Aadhaar seeded since a long time, but when they realized that they are going to get the money, they suddenly rushed to all the banks, and that has started taking place. That sets my main point for this is that if Aadhaar-based payments for the DBT could be made possible with the help of RBI's and NPCI's help, it could be a huge help for the state government, and we would be in a position to transfer the money directly to the bank account of the beneficiaries, sir. Sir, also I would like to mention one more point, that the SBM, in the SBM, sir, we have been made to prepare bills for the PRIs. With the constitutional amendments, the PRIs are not under the state government, sir. So we have had to face a little problem bringing that scheme under the SNA-SPUR. And as reiterated by Arora, sir, I would also like to say that in case one of the scheme is successful in one of the state, then please a workflow could be shared with the rest of the states so that they can go ahead with the stepwise processes to be followed so that it becomes a success. And we are, since I am from the income tax department, I am on deputation with the state government. I understand how difficult it is to collect revenue for the country, and on the same lines I would say that the PFMS SPUR, just-in-time payment, is a step towards transparency and making sure that those revenue which has been collected with a lot of effort goes to the right person and in the right accounts. So we are all in for it. Thank you very much for this opportunity, sir, and a very happy Civil Accounts Day to all the officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheetal, for giving all the details, and don't worry too much about that orange line. We are knowing you are on board and you are doing exceedingly well, your team. Congratulations to them. Sir, I think Mr. Vishal Dev, he is having some engagement, he is not available, but he wanted to speak. So we may come back to him as and when he joins back. Meanwhile, I would like to take stock of Government of Assam. Mr. Ravi Kota, ACS Finance, he is online available with us, and they are also very close to getting onboarded to SNA-SPUR. So may I now request Mr. Ravi Kota, ACS Finance, Government of Assam, for his contributions, giving the details of what preparedness he is having. Mr. Ravi Kota.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, and on behalf of Government of Assam, I extend my warm greetings and congratulations to Indian Civil Account Service officers and the entire team who have been the pillar of our civil account system in the country. In fact, Government of Assam is very much thankful for the kind of assistance has been given not only now, for the last 7 to 8 years, I should say. And I had the fortune to be in the finance department 8 years back also. In 2016, Assam was one of the first states onboarded the e-Kuber system in 2016, along with few states. In fact, that has really helped us to go forward in the online kind of a payment systems and also cyber security concept and the RBI coordinating with the RBI also. So I don't want to take a lot of time, but when it comes to SPUR SNA, in fact, Assam is part of the pilot in the second phase, and we have been able to do some of the work, substantive kind of a work, though some of the schemes where we identified in one case we are already 28th February we started off, and in other cases, in fact, we have written to the concerned ministries to help opening the mother account. And in fact, the kind of a digitization process we are doing from claims, submission of the claims from the DDO and up to the treasuries. So that has really helped in going along with this SNA-SPUR kind of a system. And in fact, from the state government, we have also been, because a relatively resource poor kind of states, all the more we need to have this kind of a system in place. And if we look at our budget and expenditure, a substantial amount is going through grant in aid kind of a system and through the bank accounts. In fact, if we 22-23 figures of the state, if we look at almost 19 to 20% of the funds are going through the bank agencies who have the bank accounts. So we are also looking at how best we can ensure that just-in-time releases happen. So this will be a great opportunity to learn and to be part of this system. And we are really looking forward, and being a state in the northeastern region and also relatively late starter in terms of automating the financial payments and other systems. We have made considerable progress, and we are looking forward to be part of SNA-SPUR and also spread that kind of the whole system, not only between the center and the state, but also in the state and with all other organizations. Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kota. We are eagerly awaiting your onboarding very soon. Now, I would like to put this online interaction on hold for some time and bring the attention back to the dais. And with that, I would like to request our Additional Secretary, Mr. Sajjan Singh, to give a perspective from the ministry's side, the monitoring that we have been regularly doing, and the kind of shortfalls in the targets or the timelines. We have always been taking it up with the pilot states. I would like to hear from you what has been the experience and what is the vision forward to spread it further.
Thank you, Alok ji. Respected Murthy sir, Secretary Higher Education, respected CJ Saab, and all the officers of the state governments and senior officers of Government of India who are present here. So let me start first of all by extending my warm greetings and congratulations on the Civil Accounts Day. So I see a lot of young officers here who are there felicitating us and who are there in the gathering in the audience. So to them I want to tell that this is the system in which you will work in the times to come, that SNA-SPUR, because all these systems will have very soon a sunset date. All the system of the traditional method of releasing funds to the states in tranches, that is already almost over. Then the SNA system will slowly fade away, and the SNA-SPUR will take over, and I am sure that you will take it to greater heights. Second, I would like to compliment a series of stakeholders who have made this initiative successful so far. And I remember that it started with only a small paper, which was just a kind of a line diagram or a small, with one paragraph, which was given to me by the Finance Secretary, sir. And he said, just look into it, how can we do this? So, and I'm very happy that we worked on that, we elaborated it, we prepared a detailed procedure, then we onboarded all the other stakeholders, and now in a very short time, I would say that we are in a stage where we can claim that our pilot has been successful. And it is not a very small pilot, it is a big pilot with 10 states, already so many states are working, 6 already functional and 4 schemes. And we have covered a lot of ground, and that has been possible because of the cooperation, help, initiative of all the stakeholders who have been involved, starting from, first of all, the state governments, because the state government of Rajasthan, state government of Odisha, they were the pioneers in this. So let me thank them for the initiative and for very happily adopting the system and providing us very, very good learnings. I'm sure Harish will agree with me that there are so many learnings which have come from the state governments itself, like this cyber treasury and other. So there has been a lot of peer learning in this, and they were very happy to teach others or share with others how they could make this very successful. Second, this wouldn't have been possible without RBI. So RBI has, I think, worked out of the way. They have worked so enthusiastically. They have extended full support to this initiative because it involves a lot of augmentation in their capacity, a lot of dedication of manpower for this work, and a lot of changes in the business rules. So I'm very thankful to them. And of course, our ministries, and especially Sanjay Murthy sir and Madam Secretary Drinking Water, who were ready, because many of the secretaries were reluctant. And it was a very bold decision that they consented to be part of the pilot, because the secretaries were very apprehensive about release of funds, about pace of expenditure, because as you have also seen that releasing funds in installments is very easy, but then releasing funds as it is being absorbed in the field is very unpredictable, very difficult. So they were very apprehensive that their performance will go down. So I must commend and thank sir and also Secretary Vinay Mahajan ma'am, who initiated and who were the first one to join. And some of the secretaries, I would say, they had said a clear no also, ki please don't include our scheme in this. So I'm very thankful to them. And of course our team with such a dynamic CGA who has been so fond of and who has given his wholehearted support to PFMS. So it has been a great pleasure working under his leadership for this very important initiative. And I'm sure there are so many challenges which we will face. There have been so many challenges which we have already overcome with the help of all the stakeholders. But I think there are so many still remain as we learn more, as we extend this initiative to other schemes, as we extend this initiative to other states. So Harish has mentioned also, and I would like to just reiterate that in the coming financial year, we are going to expand this initiative in a big way. We intend to cover all the states who are in e-Kuber. And I was told in the morning that except 3 states, all others are in e-Kuber. Arunachal, Meghalaya and Nagaland are not there. So we will request them also to join the system. Yes. But we will cover all the states who are in e-Kuber, and we will also extend the system to most of the government schemes, except where we have some issues regarding this Aadhaar bridge. But I'm sure we will overcome those challenges also. But I would like to seek support. You have extended all the support to us so far, but I would like to seek support from all the CCAs, CAs and all the officers of ICAS who have been kind of the catalyst and who have owned the system, who have taken this system so far, both the SNA system as well as the SNA-SPUR. So I feel that I'm very fortunate that in my 3 years of this tenure in the Department of Expenditure, there have been 3 initiatives one after the other. So this one is the hat trick. So we started with SNA, then we came to CNA and then SNA-SPUR. So I would like to thank you for that also. And I think there will be a lot of advantages from the system, you all know, and there will be many more. We will discover many more advantages. And so primarily it was meant for better cash management, and it has led to a lot of efficiency. Both here I'm talking about the entire thing, that all the bouquet of initiatives which has been there, like TSA, CNA, SNA and SNA-SPUR. So it has led to a lot of transparency. It is giving us a gold mine of data also. So if we will start analyzing this data and making use, we are already making use of it, but we will have a gold mine of data to mine, to analyze, to use. And with so much of artificial intelligence and other blockchain and new technologies coming in, I'm sure this will help a lot in not only in cash management, but also in planning, in budgeting, in lot of our initiatives also, besides improving the transparency. But as Akhil Arora sir has pointed out, we have to have a broader view of this. We have to not only see to kind of digitize or digitalize things, but we have to see an entire gamut of our rules, regulations, business procedures, practices, our thinkings which have been ingrained into our mind working for years in the government. So we have to take a comprehensive view, audit, accounting, UCs. So that is one. And how do we deepen it further to take it to the municipal bodies, to the Panchayati Raj institutions, ultimately to one nation, one system. Can it be there one nation, one system? There will be so many systems plugged in, but there will be one system where entire data resides, where there is entire payment is made through that system. So can we have that in a very near future? And I'm sure we can really have such a system very soon, by going by the pace with which we have worked together, the team spirit with which we have worked, the cooperation which we have received from all, and kind of a win-win situation which this kind of a system will bring. So from my side, I have nothing more to add. I would like to once again convey my thanks. And Finance Secretary sir was almost ready to come. He had committed, and he was till around 1 p.m. he was saying that he will be there, but I think there is some meeting in the Cabinet Secretariat. But he has been reviewing this system internally with us. He has been reviewing the progress, and he has also convened a series of meetings with all the stakeholders, and the next meeting is on Tuesday, I think. 5th, on the 5th Tuesday. So he is again reviewing it. And all these initiatives have been possible because of his strong support, his backing, because there have been so many pressures, there have been so many requests for exemptions or not to include them, but he has always stood behind us. He has given us a lot of strength. We have declined so many requests for exemptions and other things. And this initiative wouldn't have been successful. Not only this, but CNA, TSA, SNA, nothing would have been successful without his support. So I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Finance Secretary sir on this occasion. And we look forward to his leadership to take this forward and make it countrywide, make it a kind of a system which other countries will also aspire to implement. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sajjan Singh Yadav. We have always been getting very valuable support to all the proposals that we are sending to ministry. And today, when we heard that an idea that sprouted from one para has now covered the entire landscape of the cash management modality that we are having, was very interesting. We have noted down your suggestions, and let me assure you a full-fledged support from my PFMS team in this endeavor, that we are not only going to cover this with many more states and more schemes in the days to come, but we would also like to go ahead with the way forward suggested by Mr. Arora today. And those points are actually worth considering and taking into account, because that does not contain ourselves only to cash management initiatives. So thank you for your inputs. Now, may I request our Controller General of Accounts for his closing remarks to wind up the session and the inputs that you have heard, sir, from the participants, both online and offline.
Thank you. My colleague, Secretary HRD, Mr. Sanjay Murthy, Sajjan Yadav ji, Harish and Alok. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking Secretary HRD for taking his valuable time when I requested him to join the session on SNA-SPUR, I thought maybe he would be the most apt person, because as what Sajjanji has stated, that DWS and HRD have been the ministries that are actually taking the lead for rollout of SNA-SPUR, because whenever any good idea comes in, it requires some people to understand and appreciate the worthiness of the idea. So I'm indeed very thankful to Secretary HRD for always, in fact, whenever I call him up and I request him that the states have done the needful and the mother sanction should be issued, I would really take this opportunity to express my gratitude that you've been always very kind and supportive to SNA-SPUR, and so also Secretary DWS, and now that the other secretaries and the ministries are also joining in. Obviously, if the idea is good, then certainly more and more people are going to lap it up. In fact, I don't know whether, Sajjan, you know that the day the Finance Secretary held a meeting, that the first meeting on SNA-SPUR, that's the day I joined back from my stint in FA Urban Development to CG office. And since then, because I've been also closely associated with PFMS, Sanjay ji knows, I think, from urban development, so he was on the other side, he was handling the program division. So we've been already started the SNAs and the nodal agencies. So I was just telling him that perhaps I could see that later on the SNA model will come in and SNA-SPUR will come in. But as rightly stated by Secretary HRD, that it's been a work in progress, that when SNA came, it became the building block actually of SNA-SPUR. So we had a lot of learning from the SNA module. It instilled a lot of financial discipline. It also led to greater visibility of the tracking of the funds. But then now we are coming to the SNA-SPUR, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank, as Sajjanji has already done, all our important partners, RBI, the state government, the concerned ministry, the CNAG, and yes, this is a perfect example how the PFMS division under Office of CGA is working in very close collaboration and coordination with Sajjanji's division under the overall guidance of Finance Secretary. And we are very pleased to note that SNA-SPUR is now being found very acceptable by all the, wherever I have been to the states, it is the states somehow they take the ownership. Some of the chief secretaries mentioned to me that this is what we had suggested much earlier. So I said, that's fantastic. So therefore, a good idea now is finding acceptance across all the board. And we now look up to the guidance of Ministry and Sajjanji to tell us we are now ready to scale it up. So you will decide and you let us know how many more schemes to be covered up. But I was listening carefully to Secretary HRD, and he said that very few complaints, or maybe I think some kind of hassles, I think, you have heard, from the stakeholder. This speaks volumes about our PFMS team, led by Alok Ranjan, and Harish has been the one who's been pioneering development of this robust model. So that means that the system is working well, the pilot is working well, so that is the right fertile ground, Sajjanji, for taking a step further. And as what we have achieved in case of CNA, the TSA module, wherein 100% just-in-time release of funds, SNA also contributed towards it. And I'm sure when SNA-SPUR stabilizes, then the circle would be complete for covering all the schemes under just-in-time release of funds. And I can assure the ministry that we are all there, support you, and you lay the targets, you lay the road ahead, and we will certainly not leave any stone unturned to see to it that your objectives and the goals are met. And as I said, this is a perfect example of working in full synergy and collaborative partnership which we're working in, and we are there to support you. And let's hope that maybe by next year, majority of schemes get covered in the SNA-SPUR, and more states, as somebody rightly stated, it's a win-win situation for all the stakeholders. So we're going to work towards in collaboration and in coordination ministry. And SNA-SPUR, I would say, is a fitting example of just-in-time release of funds. So thank you so much, Secretary HRD and Sajjanji and Alok and Harish, and the entire PFMS team of CGA who have worked very hard to see to it that this SNA-SPUR has started off with a bang, with no problems, with no bottlenecks, and that's the reason why more and more stakeholders are joining in. So thank you so much, and all my best wishes for the successful, not only the pilot, but the main launch now of the SNA-SPUR as per the guidelines to be issued by DOE. Thank you so much.
Sir, though we have crossed the time allotted for this session, it's already 5:15, 5:10. With your permission, if I can just ask a few questions that I'm not expecting. In that case, sir, I think we can stop it here and break for tea. Okay.
On behalf of all of those present here, I thank the chair, the panelists. Sorry.
My only thing is I was involved in the TSA I was involved when the TSA was getting rolled out. I mean, I was part of the CJ team which was rolling out the TSA. And now SNA is probably going on the back burner because the SNA-SPUR will be coming. So what will happen to the model as I understand it is that the RBI accounts of both the state government and the center will be debited as the TSA model is working. The SNA-SPUR will be working, isn't it? That's the model that we are seeing. So in MHA, I handle the accounts and budget of MHA. In MHA, we have these schemes which have both central sector components as well as centrally sponsored components. So the CNA will continue to operate as it is, but what will happen in the case of the SNA-SPUR, because we've barely managed to get them onto the SNA model right now. And, to move further, how do we go about it? Just an idea so that I can prepare the, program divisions.
Ma'am, first of all, the schemes which are this mixed one, including components of both central sector and CSS, those need to be streamlined from the budgetary angle, and from the next budget it should be segregated. But even if it remains so, then as you would have seen in my presentation, there is a system of capturing the components. So we can onboard one component of one CSS, which is the centrally sponsored components on SNA-SPURs. The remaining one, which is either central sector or of any other nature, that will be released as it is.
Direct vendor reimbursement. There's too many components, too many permutations and combinations.
So the final solution is, ma'am, the budgetary solution of segregating and putting it on the right bracket of CSS and CS separately. But
then that won't work because we've all made them all into umbrella schemes. So therefore, that doesn't really work.
No, but we have the SNA Central also. In fact, there is a provision of SNA Central which will be implemented very soon
100%,
for the 100% central financial assistance. If under centrally sponsored scheme, there is a component of 100% central financial assistance. Next year, Para 23 facility will not be there, and all the 100% central financial assistance, CS component, central sector component of the centrally sponsored scheme. For this, PFMS headquarter and DOE has made a provision for SNA Central.
So, usme to koi dikkat nahi hai. There is no problem. The claim will be honored with 100% central share.
But point is very valid, because we have seen while implementing SNA that there are so many ways in which the schemes have been designed. Some are reimbursement, some are part reimbursement, part advance. First installment is advance, then it is reimbursement. So there are so many permutations and combinations. So we expect that the ministries will streamline the design of their schemes, but that will take time because they are already approved till 25-26. So we will have to carefully study these examples in MHA and in other ministries and find solutions in our system to them. Like it can be both SNA and CNA combined, SNA-SPUR for the state components and for the central implementation by central agencies or part of the scheme, it has to be TSA. So we will have to study all these models, and we have time. We will plan an expansion from 1st of July. So till then we debate all this, we discuss, we see different models, and then we come out with system-driven solutions for it.
Yes. Okay. Let me just respond. Kalyani, I think in your ministry, the scheme which you have, modernized police force, if you look into the advice which was issued last year, the nature of funding pattern, this 100% reimbursement or the central sector component CSS, the only solution is that you will have to rationalize your budgetary allocation under the respective heads, because this is a challenge which you face, because in your scheme you have different patterns basically of the reimbursement. So the only option, because those were the earlier times, now you have to make it more simple, and therefore I think make the necessary provisions to make it distinct budgetary provision for each distinct component. That will be one of the ways out. But I would suggest, in case, I think since modernization of police force is one scheme which has various components and complexities, so I suggest, Harish, I think why don't you have an engagement with Principal CCA Home Affairs, and I think suggest to them so that, before July it comes, the first supplementary will come sometime in July or so. You should be in a position to take a supplementary and rationalize the budgetary allocation. Oh yeah, main budget will come in now, so you have time now. Yes, that's right. So you have adequate time, but please kindly sit with the PFS division, because you had been seeking a lot of exemptions earlier under the SNA. I am afraid in SNA-SPUR, sir, I think I can say on your behalf, no more exemption will be possible. So therefore, it's much better that to rationalize your budget in such a way that it falls in accordance with the SNA-SPUR, and then I think it will be also helpful for the ministry to release a fund. So I would suggest you sit with our PFMS team so that you understand the SNA-SPUR model, and wherever you're required to take a new budgetary allocation, please kindly do that, so that then you don't face the difficulties. And will there be no exemptions now in SNA-SPUR? I think SNA has seen a lot of exemptions, so I'm just trying to kind of give a note of a caution, right, with your permission. Otherwise, then we'll be all running into exemptions and exemptions. Thank you.
I'm Archana Nigam. I'm ex-CGA, associated at the very beginning with the creation of PFMS in 2008. At that point of time, if I remember correctly, what we had done was to sort out this kind of issue by permitting changes in the heads once in a year by opening it, and then not permitting the kind of problem that she's talking about. But I have another question for Dubey or for you, Mr. Yadav, which is about, I understand, I've been out as member CAT for 5 years, but I understand that there is also a component of interest which is being calculated in the SNA. I would like to know from Dubey what would be the treatment in accounts.
Repeat your question. You said treatment and accounts of?
There is an amount of interest.
Ma'am, can you please take your mic
Ma'am, if I understand, the interest accrued on agencies bank accounts, as per the order of DOE, these are to be remitted to the Consolidated Fund of India, and these would be accounted under miscellaneous receipt, ma'am.
So what happens at the end of the year? What is the treatment in the accounts?
Ma'am,
for
if
that?
I just clarify, madam. Yes,
yeah,
ma'am. Ma'am, earlier, as we all know, before the SNA system came, right, the state agencies, like were required to refund as per GFR, but there was no regulatory mechanism to ensure that they return it, right? So maybe earlier, even when I was FA in urban development, we were adjusting actually the interest earned from the next release of funds. But then that didn't leave the accounting treatment properly rationalized. But then now when it happens now, if they return, basically if it's unspent fund, they return within the same year, then it leads to deduct expenditure, right? But if they obviously return after the year is closure, then there's a separate head, miscellaneous receipts, where the interest gets. So unspent balance being returned or interest being returned is the same as far as the accounting treatment is concerned.
Okay. And has the policy decision been finalized on that?
Ma'am, sorry, I'm not able to hear you. Can you please repeat? Thank you.
The policy decision with regard to this, has it been finalized?
Yes, ma'am. DOE has issued the instructions, and now we are closely monitoring. In fact, all our CCAs and principal CCAs, they have been advised to monitor that, the interest earned, because now it makes it simple. In SNA, the interest which is earned, they only need to apportion the interest earned on state share and interest earned on central share. The interest earned on central share is the one what we're interested in, and there's a lot of regulation and discipline has come in. In fact, last year, how much we got it? 6,000 crores? Ma'am, 6,000 crores of interest now has come back from the states on the funds we did not spend. This is the beauty of SNA, that it has led to the savings for the central government, and also kind of put in a greater discipline that if you don't require funds, don't ask for it and don't earn interest.
Ma'am, and then you will be happy to know that these interests are remitted by the agency through Bharat Kosh module of PFMS, NTRP.
This is one of the prerequisite condition. No FA will concur in the proposal if interest will not be remitted to the CFI. And they have to remit the interest twice in a year. And it is being shown in the PFMS report what interest has been accrued on a state share, what interest has been accrued on central share. And it is visible to Program Division, IFD, Office of Chief Controller of Accounts. And this is one of the prerequisite condition for the concurrence. No division. Today, these because of DOE instruction, division itself, they themselves are not processing the proposal. That interest has not been remitted.
Thank you very much for the clarification. This is so pleasing to our ears. And Madam, you would be very happy. You were the ones who started out the PFMS. So it has brought about a lot of regulation, financial discipline on all the stakeholders. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think, sir, now we should not keep the audience away from the cup of tea that they deserve, because there was no tea break in between. So thank you all for the patience, because this was the last technical session of the day. And with your permission, sir, I would like to close the session for the day today. Thank you.
So before we close the session, as a token of our gratitude, I request CCA Health, Srimati Jaspal Kaur Pradyot, to please present a memento to Secretary Higher Education, Shri Sanjay Murthy. I now request CCA Labour and Employment, Shri Santosh Kumar, to present the memento to ASPF States, Dr. S.S. Yadav. With this, today's ceremony comes to a close. I once again thank the chair, the panelists, as well as all the senior representatives from the states who had joined in through VC. I now invite all of you for high tea.